Alright gamers, how we doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. I have a cat, and he's being very vocal today. Cat. Hello. He's extra cat. But anyway, I hope you guys are doing great. So, I've got a cool build. I got a real cool build to show you guys. It's real spicy. It's very interesting, and it came together while I was trying to do something totally unrelated, and I was like, hang on, this is working, let me lean into this. And here we are, and that's how, that's why I love playing, just sitting down and playing the Chaos Chamber in this game, because you accidentally make really interesting builds. It's cool. It's cool. I can't wait to go over this with you guys. Drell's Hell, how you doing? Dex, Strawberry Sinju, Worlds, Portal Knight, Doug, Dagacha, Taidu. Let me know if I butchered any names, by the way. I always try to, you know, you guys mean a lot to me. I appreciate you. The least I can do is get your names right. Does it involve Stabbomancer? It does. How am I? I'm doing pretty well, Sinju. I'm doing pretty well. I'm feeling a lot better today than I was the last couple days. You know, I had health go burr, chronic health ups and downs, chronic health issues. But today's a good day, so I'm in a super good mood. It's pronounced sexy. What? Your name? Okay, yeah, I can do that. I can do that. Hey, Drellsel, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you enjoy all the perks and stuff whenever alerts go around to get around to doing the thing. But I appreciate it. Thank you. So yeah, this setup is a Bonecarver, which is a Graveborn Stabbomancer. Not a super common combo. There it goes.
Is on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey Pico, how you doing? Coffee tastes better when you feel good? It does. It weirdly does. You're completely right, Dagacha. So, yeah, we got, a Bonecarver, which is a Graveborn Stabbomancer, and it's a dot build. That's also a companion build. That's also a spell build. It's a weird build, but it works very well. And I'm gonna play it a bit and then explain exactly what's happening. I'll see if you guys could spot the things and the stuff in the things. Also, I just booted my game, so hopefully it performs well. You're saying I don't have to start a new character to play the build? Yeah. Mr. Adblock, how you doing, Perrick? Hope you're well. Kettle Logic, Wartop, good to see all of you. I'm glad to have you here. So, for this build, we run around shooting a White Rider. That's the only gun we really use much. Poison me, Daddy. That might be a little too far, Carter. I don't know. Ah, yes, the build. So, you'll see enemies just kind of explode into paste sometimes. They're not at low health, they just... Oh, room's over, cool. I'm panic attack like 30 hours straight, hopefully talking to homies will help. I totally get where you're coming from, Mr. Adblock. We're here for you, we appreciate you. You need anything, you know my inbox is always open. So it's a little complicated to explain what's happening, but suffice to say, dots are good. Dots are pretty good. Professor, did you say the hydras from Snake Stick can blast chill? Yes, they are melee damage. Yes. This work with a live wire? Not as well. And I'll get into why in a bit. Bonecarver is Spore Stabbo. Bonecarver is Grave Stabbo. White Rider is by far the most consistent weapon for this build, for a couple reasons. Think of it like this. How many weapons do you know of that tick very quickly that also have a high dot value? I think a live wire with tiebreaker would be good for this. We want poison specifically. Specifically poison as well. Hey newbie, how are you? Is it good at bossing? It's very good at bossing. I'll show you. It's very good at bossing. Don't let me forget to do yellow raid boss this run, chat. Don't let me forget. It'll be in the final room. Got the Hawken, doesn't seem like the panda damage factor in the Wyverns shoots. Yeah, it's probably just gun. Like the Rogue Imp, the birds that come out of that, they're just, you know, unspecified damage. Hey Chimpy, how you doing? You're using the class one that causes the poison explosions? Yes. Yes, I am. The Pandemicium is actually low-key just completely fucking cracked. If you are a Stabomancer, and for no one else.
No, that's fine. Your smile is all I...
Hey Pupsy, how are you? Gonna drive my Alto and be back shortly. Leave stream open. I appreciate it. Worlds, drive safe. And I'll explain the build after this run. I just want to get a solid run in, so I have stuff to refer back to during the explanation. Nope, you exploded. Cool. Morning, Tried Time. How are you? Contagion? Hey, Smug. Contagion. Contagion stuff happening. But don't tell chat yet. Don't tell chat yet. I'm gonna go through a whole run and then explain exactly what we're doing. So your voice sounds and you're breathing too toxic dot fumes? Yes. That's exactly what happened. Stack up our snake sticks. So on the surface, there's times where it doesn't seem like anything crazy is happening, and then you see shit like that, where like, why are you exploding, sir? That's one of the big reasons we go White Rider. That's a decent ward. 2 delay parts? It's pretty good. Spell you're using? I'm using a Singularity Eruption. I'll go over all the spec and the gear and everything after this run. Single beam, not dual beam? Yes, single beam is more damage. Hey, Era, how you doing? Dot got me. So that's one of the downsides of running a bunch of dot boosts. You ever dot yourself, you're super dead. But it's fine. Okay, I need to remember to do yellow raid boss. Why is Pet named after Pitbull song? Why not? Do I have a gun for this? I have a gun. Oh, why'd you go there? So, this part is actually the hardest part of the yellow boss fight, believe it or not. I don't quite have the kind of damage you need to do these efficiently. So it does take a bit. Alright, we got it. You might look at that and say, but Quag, that damage was ass. And the answer to that is yes. Yes, it was. But it's because we're doing certain kinds of damage. Use a cube? No, we got something better. We got something better. So we're going to wait for our From the Shadows to come back, and we are going to drop in and dumpster Son of a Witch. She's an antique great bow for that? Yeah, just keep a full inventory of great bows? I should. We're just gonna dot him a lot. Sound good to you guys? A lot of dots. Now this is a slow cycle because RNG did not smile upon us. So this will take a minute. Deal with the burb. Luckily, ads just kind of die. There's damage. There you are. There it goes. That was a spike. Not good, but thankfully it's not COVID. Thankfully. I'm glad, Mr. Adblock. Hopefully you start feeling better soon. Help me out, Snake Stick. There we go. That's a little better. There it goes. Now, not the best son of a witch run, but what we're really here for is the next one. Times 2 White Rider, only chaotic though. In Discord, but Diamond Guard was moved mad. Instead of proccing multi-dots and melee, is making all my melee shock and normal, making other dot applicators do extra random melee as well as giving the bonus stat effect damage. Yeah, Diamond Guard could do some cool stuff here. I have one in my inventory. I've not messed around with it much yet, but I like Snake Stick for a couple of reasons. We'll get into it. It's looking a lot like the Dot Sprocket and Short Fuse meme. It does look somewhat like that, doesn't it? Alright, now, last night I uploaded a little clip of this fight to Twitter. Slowest kill of the night. So depending on how RNG treats me here, this could be a very fast kill, it could be a somewhat fast kill. We're just fishing right now. Come on, bunny. Do the thing. RNG's not smiling on me. Unfortunate. So, depending on what my Snake Sticks decide to do, it can be a little slow. That's okay. Always just do more runs. So the gist of what's happening is I'm trying to get a certain thing to trigger another thing to trigger another thing. And the occasional spikes in damage you see is me getting part of the chain, but not all of it. When it comes to bossing on this setup, it can be a little bit RNG. There's a little bit. Oh, there it went. Didn't happen until the end, but... the goal of this setup dots with companions, it's part of it. It's part of it. So, what we're doing here is we are using the Pandemasium. We're using the Pandemasium. So, whenever a poison status effect deals damage over time, there's a 15% chance for enemy to explode for 776 poison damage. Now, this poison damage does go up or down with Chaos tier. It doesn't matter how much this does. It actually doesn't matter. Like, this could be 500 damage, it could be 200, it could be 3,000. Doesn't matter for our purposes. We are using this, and you see this skill on the right? Grave Stabbo, as armor, rolls these 3 skills. Stain of the Soul, Dark Pact, and Contagion. Since we have 6 out of 3 Contagion, every time a dot ticks, we have a 48% chance, hey CZ, 48% chance to get a new dot of a different element with a base damage of half of the original dot tick. Okay? So nothing crazy yet. So we have 6 out of 3 Contagion to increase our consistency with that. Contagion can spread Contagion dots. Like, Contagion can then reproc and make another Contagion dot. And this will happen every time you apply a status effect. So, like, you can... every time you apply a status effect, you trigger this chance roll. So, 48% chance every time you apply. That's why we have so many bonus elements. It's why we have the White Rider on ×2, ticking very fast. Half. Yes, we're getting there, Smug. We're getting there. So we're getting a lot of chances first. Now, the formula for this Contagion dot, it's a base of half. I said base. This new dot, it doesn't get your full formula. Like, you won't dip your global boosts like Faithful Thralls a ton of times. But What you will get again is status effect damage boosts. So, if you have, say, 100% status effect damage, and you get a contagion spread of your original dot, the value of that contagion dot before adjusting for elemental matchups will be equal to the original dot. If you have 101% status effect damage, suddenly your new dot is bigger than the old dot. And that new dot can also trigger contagion, and that can trigger contagion, and that can trigger contagion, and that can trigger contagion. So, we have max potent poisons for 20% status effect damage and 40% duration. We have max wisdom for another 60% status effect damage. Now, I am a village idiot, so I'm getting a slight penalty, but the crit damage is worth. We have an enchantment here for 20% more status effect damage. We have an enchantment here for 20% more status effect damage. We have a hilt here for 30% more status effect damage. We have 69.3, nice, percent status effect damage over here. So with everything active, we've got roundabouts 200% status effect damage. So instead of our contagion dots being half strength, they're, much stronger each time contagion retriggers. And because we have the Pandemasium, these explosions not only hit multiple enemies, but they hit the original enemy too, which is another chance to apply status effects. Specifically poison, which is the one we have the most investment into. And we also, poison effects from Pandemasium can then re-trigger Pandemasium. Hey Swifty, how you doing? Can the White Rider come in 2 times? Yes. It'll say consumes 2 ammo per shot. Now, the card damage up at the top will not update for that, but it does actually work. So this isn't a 320 damage White Rider. This is a 640 damage White Rider. Yeah, if you get a ×2 White Rider, it hits a lot harder. Yo, David, thank you so much for the 11 months. 11 months already. Wow, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it is May, isn't it? We've got some... This is a ring that was distributed, traded around. Primordial, spell radius, ability damage. Not hugely impactful here. This ring is not helping our damage in any meaningful way. Ability damage helps blast gasp, I guess, but we don't really care about that. These rings, we can unequip them and be fine. We have a body rune on. With this enchantment, whenever the Fatemaker's Demulus uses Hellish Blast, increase companion damage by 30% for 10 seconds. This is chosen to help beef up our Snake Stick Hydras, and we're using Companion ASA here to make those Snake Stick Hydras hit harder as well. This enchantment also makes companions faster, apparently. It's weird. But we're choosing Snake Stick because we can melee to trigger our Caustic Hilt, and those Snake Stick Hydras will do their own attacks of a poison element. Those can leave status effects, which gives us more chances at Pandemasium and Contagion and all that. So that's why you'll see me just kind of swinging a Snake Stick to seemingly no effect sometimes. It's because I'm fishing. I'm waiting for those Hydras to start helping me start these chains. There's my Poison, Quaking Thunder. Yeah, we're using a Consuming Eruption right now. This is a Singularity spell. That's why I was drawn to it. I had this sitting in my bank because I'd been testing... if anyone remembers the Tedior, or Furior, excuse me, Furior build I did with Spore Warden, I was chucking lightning bolts, and I wanted utility spells. This is one that I kind of benched, and I circled back around to it, because it's poison, it's got a very high dot, over 1,000, 50% chance is quite good, and it's a Singularity. Try the Flak Belt, survivability is not the greatest. You survive mostly by killing things. Mostly by killing things. But additionally, your dark magic is helping you quite a bit. Hey Kaylee, how you doing? How important is the Poison Snake Stick? Different element work too? Different element would work, but keep in mind that because the Pandemasium checks for poison status effects, we want as many sources of getting poison status effects as possible. Now, something that I personally do not want to do, but you can do if you're into it, you could run a poison buff Meister. You could. Now, you would lose the direct damage and application of this spell, but it would assist in applying poison dots. It's an option. How do you know which certain skills to go for with the class mods? You can do exclamation point armor, and each class combination rolls specific skills. It's my favorite emote, I'm glad. Do status effects chance stack? Yes, yes they do. As long as you have different ones. Like this is chance and damage. This one is damage and duration. They're different things, they even trigger at different times. What do you use for bossing? In the flak build, torque stickies in either shotgun or pistol flavor. Any dot at the same element replace the previous ones. Right, we don't care about having them ticking concurrently. We care about them ticking at all, because they tick once when you apply them. So we're applying as many times as possible for contagion chances. Snake sticks can proc alchemical too? Yeah, I'm not that far down the tree. We went to Grave Capstone. American spelling of armor side effect, sorry. Morning, Brucey. How you doing? So I'm gonna roll the armor bunny real quick. Actually, I'm gonna roll the shotgun bunny because I kind of want crossblades for the setup. But we're gonna go through again. We're gonna try to get a faster son of a witch and a faster bunnet hog. With good RNG, you can insta-melt the boss with an over damage cap dot tick. It is very RNG in terms of how it works out, because we need a contagion chain to happen. So we have a 48% chance every time we apply a status effect to start a chain. We essentially need that 48% to roll successively, like probably 3 times. And then it helps if a second chain starts while that one is going. Or contagion incoming. See, the thing about contagion, though, Kaylee, is, once again, it's one of those few skills on the right side of Stabbo tree. Stabbo is these 4 skills and the right side action skill. Nothing else about this class is relevant. It's just like these. This column. It's so weird. Easiest way to get to 40. I like doing all the overworld stuff after I complete the story. So getting all your shrines, your you know, your overworld side quests and stuff. Turtle Dragon, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome in. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Thank you so much. Is there any point to have more than 100% spell crit? My math head says no, but in Lance games. So do you mean spell crit showing on your card, or spell crit chance boosts? Because the crit chance boosts are not a flat, hey, if you get 100% spell crit chance from your gear, you always crit. Nah, it's 100% more of your spell's base. So if you're talking about if you have 100% crit on spells here, then yeah, you're always critting. Contagion is also only good with a lot of investment. Minimal investment contagion is very underwhelming. Yeah, because the consistency just isn't there. Hey, Notashby, how are you? Why don't you go with Swift Death? Wouldn't that help the dots? No. Swift Death is a bad skill. People compare it to Viral Momentum, but, like, Swift Death is a bad skill. It's a low value. It's in a tier where there's a much better skill, and it's below a tier that has much better skills. And it's also additive with Faithful Thralls over here. It's additive with Lord of Edges over here. It's additive with 1,000 Cuts down here. It's like any all damage sources you have are this, but better. Swift Death is a bad skill. Additionally, Contagion spread dots don't get the global damage again, so it just applies to the first one. Let me put some of this stuff away. I have too many things on me. Hey Kalani, how you doing? Crossblade is one of my favorite guns to use in this game. It's so strong. I love the Crossblade. Hey OGK, how are you? Status effect duration bad for the build? Can you reroll more if the duration is shorter? It's not bad to gotcha, because I can't always apply my damage, so having the dots ticking when I'm not looking at an enemy can help me a fair amount. This enemy's poison resistant. Basically, we need Contagion to apply a different kind. Yo, Smug, thank you for the 5 gifted. Holy shit, thank you so much. I appreciate it. There we go. That's a 52k dot tick, chat. That wasn't my spell. That was the dot. There we go. Chilling while the wife's seeing the eye doc. Oh, is she getting eyes dilated? I always hate that. Ugh. Bring back UTD. No. Hey, Borbatron. I hope you're doing well. Tried to beat Chaos 7 last night. Got completely walled by Drill. And damage I did during the second phase is nowhere near enough before his third shield's full again. Help. Do you have any Torg Ludites or Body Rockers? Ludites being the pistols, Body Rockers being the shotguns. Those are really good for that. Drill is a DPS check, and Chaos 7 is the first time where you're really kind of told to get your build together by the game. Yeah, it's natural. A lot of people get walled there. Status damage would be crazy in general if they receive status damage bonuses again. Yeah, that's Contagion for you. We have about 200% status effect damage, 230 at peak in this setup right now. So that just constantly getting reapplied, craziness. It also gets some decent damage without legendary armor. Is that a key component? The Pandemicium here is, think of it as more application chances for status effects. It happens in an area. I apply poison for a chance to apply more poison. It's a lot of consistency. You could do it without the Pandemicium, but like, your consistency would fall off a lot. So for example, you could do this with a claw armor that converts companions to poison. That'd be a big increase to your poison damage. But like, your consistency would tank. You could do it with a corrupted plate mail, but your consistency would take a hit. Literally using Pandemicium while people still argue you can only beat C35 with Deadshot. Yeah, it's because people are, you know, unwilling to believe that it's a them issue a lot of the time. What spell is that? It's an Eruption Singularity. So it's an Eruption consuming prefix, gives it the Singularity. It's got 2 charges, status damage part, radius part, and a cooldown part. Ideally, I'd want a second cooldown part over that radius part, but oh well, it's not perfect. Torg, body armor shotguns, body rocker. Body rocker. Body rocker is the Torg shotgun that can roll as up to times 18. Ludite is the Torg pistol that can roll up to times 3. Those are some of the highest single target bossing DPS options in the entire game. And you can get those from vending machines, you can get them from skeleton key chests, you can get them, you know, from random enemies. They're very, very much worth having. So, this is one of the big reasons I chose an Eruption over using a cube. Because the Ragdoll helps quite a lot. Still love my Calamity Singularity. Unfortunately, Calamities being locked to the 3 elements they are makes me just not have a lot of interest in them. You worked on a Gloombringer build yet? I played Gloombringer a while ago. Gotta circle back around to it, but currently I'm enjoying Bonecarver. That's another one that people underestimate. That was a satisfying contagion chain. Oh, there we go. One of my Snake Sticks applied the dot that time. Any of the Sabo melee attack skills interact with Storm Dragon's Judgment? No. What about sigil spells? Do those come to poison? No. Sigils are just lightning and frost. The first thing I thought about was a sigil. But, nope, lightning and frost. And they'd still be good at applying status effects. Like, you don't need to start with poison for a contagion chain. It's just starting with poison gives you Pandemasium, which gives you more options to continue the chain. Like, you get multiple chains going at once with Pandemasium. And remember, Pandemasium also gets bonus elements, because it's a new instance of Danish. So our body rune, as long as we've killed something, Pandemasium gets that. Oh, speaking of body rune, this is a random other associated spaghetti. So, you guys know how the spirit rune has that thing where, you know, stand still for more lightning damage? Well, that's a bonus element that applies to dots. So, you know, shock dots get the spirit rune's bonus as a bonus element on the dot tick, which is wildly terrifying. But that's only part 1 of this, you know, spaghetti train. The reason this relates to the body rune is, guess what? Body rune has spirit rune built in. It's just there. It just does it. It's just a thing. Yeah, so, you know how we already thought body rune was, like, the best ward? It's also a spirit rune. So, stand still for more shock damage with your body rune on. Like, why? I don't know. So if you ever see any shock numbers happening in your build, you have a body rune on, just stand still for a second. Any shock dots you see, you'll start seeing 2 instead of 1. Because it's a bonus element that applies to dots. Clawbringer can bring nothing to Graveborn, my day is ruined. Not quite true. Clawbringer brings, Awe is a great damage skill. I want Harvest to be fixed so I can start messing around with Harvest, because Harvest on the Wyvern is probably pretty strong. But it's just, currently the skill is very buggy and stacks up in a very unintended way, and I don't wanna build around bugs. I need a better gun for, getting into the yellow boss fight, though. I should steal, like, a body rocker, or I should use a sawmill. Let's hit the sniper bunny on this run. Let's use a sawmill. Quite hypothetically speaking, if I was to grab alchemical here, what do I miss out on? You lose Grave Capstone, you lose Blast Gasp. Well, you lose part of Blast Gasp. You lose Grave Capstone. And with Grave Capstone, you get more Hydra consistency. So as long as you don't mind having fewer Dark Hydras in general, yeah, you can grab Alchemical and it'll work on the Snake Sticks. We could try that. I'll respec to that on the next run. You also get less Ascension stacking, which isn't as much of a big deal either. Just, I was being cautious in my, my skill point use. Wanted to ensure as much consistency, but Alchemical Agent from Snake Stick Hydras would be pretty good. So... Yeah, I'm stupid sometimes. Where'd you move to? What does Ascension do again? HP and spell damage. Very large amounts of each. Should I just shoot this thing? Oops. Did I fail? So that's the problem with this. We need to hit the sniper bunny. So Ascension actually gives more spell damage than like the spell shot tree does, but no one talks about it. Also in the process of looking into Spirit Rune, a few references to Sigil Boost. Ooh. This be doable then with the shock build because of the body rune. Again, Pandemasium's a big part of this puzzle. You could go for shock stuff with body or spirit rune, but then if you opt out of Pandemasium, body rune isn't applying to that, so you're losing 2 potential instances of applying status effects per, like, dot tick. Like, this is just really good for this contagion chaining. It's really good for that. Maybe Spellshot Graveborn isn't a joke. Why did you think Spellshot Graveborn was a joke? It's like the most commonly played multi-class combo. Alright, Snake Sticks, do the thing. A joke, I mean OP. It's commonly known to be OP, though. Oh, he died. Cool. So that's what a contagion chain looks like. And that's why we use that armor. Consistency. I don't know the ins and outs of this game yet. Would this build still work if I was subbing Graveborn instead of it being the main class? Does it matter for this build? You don't need to take the classes in a particular order, Demon Karasu. Like, I could be a stab grave and this would work out the same. The only place that order of your classes matters is on your armor, because it affects which class power gets the bigger boost and which skills you roll. So in terms of which class your character is, doesn't matter. Just as long as it's these two. That was beautiful. You're beautiful, Ken. Fucking got him. Alright, we gotta hit the sniper bunny so we have the damage to get into the bunny fight consistently, though, because that was embarrassing. Contagion chain applies everything at the same time. So basically, the way the contagion chain is working is when we apply a dot, we have a 48% chance, because we have 6 out of 3, we have a 48% chance to apply a new dot that then is at half value, but it gets status effect damage boosts. We have about 230% status effect damage with all of our buffs up. So it halves it, and then, you know, 230% of that. So the new dot is bigger than the old dot. Contagion dots can also trigger contagion. So basically what we're doing is we're spamming as many instances of damage as we physically can at a time to get as many dot triggers as possible to start as many contagion chains at the same time as we can. When a boss explodes like that, it's because we got like 2 or 3 contagion chains going, and it re-triggered, then re-triggered, then re-triggered, then re-triggered, then re-triggered. And each time the damage of the dot gets multiplied by like 4, effectively, with all our buffs, adjusting for elements and stuff. So if a thing gets multiplied by 4, and then that thing gets multiplied by 4, and that thing gets multiplied by 4, and that thing gets multiplied by 4, if that's happening 5 times at once, so like that concurrently is happening 5 separate times, it leads to just so much damage being dealt at once that it just dies. Does the speed boost from Slip and Stun work with Stabbo walk speed damage? It does, but that skill is bad, Fuso. Like, Swift Death, it's a bad skill. It doesn't give you much. It'll usually be giving you less than Faithful Thralls. This thing over here. It's just not a good skill. You have to be a Graveborn to make this work as well, just be doing another class. You could do this with another class, Portal Knight. I'm using Graveborn to have my Demi-Lich and my Dark Hydras assisting, and my Blast Gasp. That's all more instances of damage, which is all more chances for dot applications. I also have Stand of the Soul for another chance. So basically, Graveborn gives Stand of the Soul and Blast Gasp, so my spell can actually be applying 4 at once, because Body Rune, Blast Gasp, Stand of the Soul, and then the spell itself. Now, if I get a Poison Dot, then, which I can get from either the spell or Blast Gasp, then that can apply Pandemicium, which will then also get Body Rune, and it's just a lot of chances to apply dots at once. Graveborn's good at that. I also get Faithful Thralls from having all of these pets out. I have Dark Hydras, I have the Demi-Lich, I have my Stake Stick. You could go, instead of Stabbo here, another good candidate would be Clawbringer, because Clawbringer gets Dragon Aura for elemental damage, gets Awe for crit damage and crit chance, gets Oath of Fire for a gun bonus element for more chances at dots. You could do Spore Warden for Spore Fuse and play the angles. You could do a lot here. Contagion is weird. It's very weird. Hey, Eccentric. How are you doing? Good to see you. Yo, Pericles, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. A lot of people on the platform, you chose me for your monthly Prime. It means the world. Hope you enjoy all the emotes, all the good stuff, yada yada. You're here enough. You know the spiel by now. Thank you. Is it doable with like Spore Wood for even more poison? More is debatable. It's not certain that that's actually more, because you get Spore Fuse, yes, but keep in mind what you lose. You lose Dark Hydras, you lose Stand of the Soul, you lose Blast Gasp, you lose Demi-Lich. You trade Demi-Lich for Mushroom, but yeah, Pandemic build, pretty much, yeah. Spore Fuse triggers the armor ability. If it applies a dot, yes. If it applies a dot, loading screen boss. So it's an alternative, it's an option here. I like how Berserker is the biggest speed increase in class, faster reloads, faster melee swings, faster weapon swaps, faster movements. It just feels good, doesn't it, Ways of the Silence? It just feels good. How does Envy do for a poison build like that? So the reason why the White Rider is the weapon of choice here is because it's got a good fire rate. We've got it on a ×2 variant, so like does double ticks and weird shit with that. It's got a very high dot value, and we can just kind of hold the trigger down for a while. Envy, we'd have to spam the trigger, and we'd be reloading a lot more frequently than the White Rider. I don't remember the dot of the Envy off the top of my head, but if it's decent, with a decent chance, it'd be good. You're looking for, ideally, with this kind of setup, weapons that have a high tick rate and a high status effect chance. High status effect damage helps, but the chance is honestly more important than the damage. Poison build? Yeah, poison build. Does Bunny drop unique items, aka headcanon? It does not drop quest rewards, no, sadly. A popular idea I've heard is that the DLC wheel should be reworked to give those quest rewards, and I'm 100% on board with that. Got my busted ass Ghostblade Stabbo to C20 last night. I'm psyched it's working. Credit to you and other theory crafters. Love you nerds. No you, New Mex event. I was thinking about poison pools on Crit with Envy. It's hard to get enemies in those pools, but it could work. It could work. Any reason why Eruption and not Cube? Yes. This has a singularity, and also a better cooldown. Great bow. Yes, please. Make the wheel like Gun with mostly quest rewards? Yeah. Would Berserker possibly work with this? It'd be weird to try. Berserker could work with this because Enrage is a global bonus element. So that would apply to the Pandemasium. It would apply to your gun. It would apply to your Snake Sticks. Enrage would be very good for this. Berserker also has area damage, which would feed into the Pandemasium's damage. Berserker's just got good damage formula in general. And if you went down to Berserker Capstone, that would improve your From the Shadows uptime, if you cared for more of that. Also melee boost for the Snake Stick Hydras. Berserker would be a good pick as well. The important thing here really is Stab out to either tier 4 or 5. For Contagion, definitely, and Alchemical, maybe. We're gonna try a run with Alchemical Agent specs for the Snake Stick Hydras. I just need to respec after we're done looting here. Prismatic. Even the 20 months. What if Kaokon? Never change, Pris. Is there Poison Sawmill in here? Non-Ellie. It might be fine, honestly.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
But what if Cao Kahn?
Thank you, Pris. I appreciate it. How much status effect damage do you have now? I have 30% when Caustic is on. I have 60% from Wisdom. I have 20% there. So it's 110. And then I have 69% here. Nice. So 179. I have 20% here. It's about 200. And then I have 20% there. 220. 220%. That's when everything's active. Now, in practice, I don't often have this enchant and this enchant active at the same time, because my From the Shadows duration is longer. So, more realistically, I have 200, as long as I've used my action skill recently. Can you not get more wisdom from collecting the marbles? Do I have the marbles on this save? I do. I have them all. I guess elusive and the meme sneak attack point. No, a second arsenal point would be better here. It's more melee damage for the snake sticks. I really wish I could take Harvest with this last point, and I could, but like there's a bug with Harvests, and I don't want bugs to be my build, so I guess this last point just kind of goes to Blast Gasp anyway, even though it's meh. Yeah. Let's try this spec out. Tried using Dire Sacrifice? I have. It's, worse against bosses. I already have more than enough damage in mobbing. It makes me better at mobbing, but worse at bossing, so I did not consider it an acceptable trade. Forgot what melee weapon do you have on your Mist Dancer? I have a, Echo Amp Twin Soul. There we go. Yeah. Snake Stick Hydra's applying alchemical. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. bug rarely happens, and when it does, you can see it on the buff bar. So how about rarely versus never? I prefer never. Hope Executioner's Blade gets some QL changes soon. Would be so nice for applying alchemical foes quicker. Yeah, I wish it was instant, honestly. Is spell radius increasing singularity? Probably. Increasing the explosion, which is the bit I really care about. What does the bug do? Basically, if you enter a portal with Harvest active, the game never removes that stack of Harvest from you, but allows you to get another one. So you can just keep stacking up Harvest, which means your companions will eventually be dealing many times more, like, their base damage as a bonus dark magic element. It scales up incredibly quickly and is incredibly powerful. So I prefer not to spec Harvest at all. Build looks fun? Hey, I'm glad you think so. Amazed by the radius of that singularity? I have radius rings, like, best possible radius rings. Doesn't count down? What do you mean it doesn't count down? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Yeah, Alchemical was a very nice snake stick boost here. Holy shit. Spent the last 2 days trying to make Dire Sack good for bossing. It just doesn't work. You can get it to a point where it does a chunk, but it's still worse than other action skills with the same investment on bosses. And it requires me doing things I don't want to do. Like, fucking Paradigm and buff Meister type shit. It's like, no thank you. You share your saves? I haven't shared any yet. Soon, TM. I'm kind of waiting for, the game to stabilize a little more. Harvest bug? Yeah, you don't lose duration on Harvest. Yeah, you're correct, Evelyn. So, with the bug active, you just don't lose it, ever. And it continues to stack. Hey, Stone Man, how you doing? Waiting for Pixie's nerve, among other things. Hoping, you know. Set up for this one? I'll go over it again after the run. Messed around with the melee singularity enchant, been meaning to experiment with it, keep forgetting. It's really good, because it's just, there's no limits on it, it's just spammable. You can do some kind of silly things with that. Keep the blood pouring. Hey, Black Panther, how you doing? LA damage from these altars mean a new possibility for dots to occur. Yeah, I was messing around with that briefly last night. Basically, the way the elemental damage boosts work in the Chaos Chamber. If you take one of the elemental damage altars, it gives you a bonus element of the same, like, element that you're dealing. So basically, yeah, you take one of those and it makes this even more consistent. But I tend not to take altars in most of my builds. Fallen Greyborn hammer throw. Yeah, it's a thing that works. What about it? Oh, make it work? Yeah, I'd use a, empowering sigil to freeze enemies, and then I'd hammer throw them. Now, Graveborn wouldn't really be contributing much to this other than survivability when you cast the sigil, which could be worthwhile. You could also use the hammer throw. You could leave it out to benefit from ASA enchantments, such as ASA companion damage. The Hydras from Snakes that count as melee damage, they do. That is a lot of why I'm using them, in fact. But Armor Review Vest, currently using the new one. Probably Paradigm converting spell, because Graveborn has Ascension, which is a lot of spell damage. Trying to watch my snake stick. Oh, yeah, they're killing everything. Cool. They're proc Nova from Berserker as well? Yeah, they do that. Blast chill? Cube for the win. Cube would work here. I'm choosing to use an Eruption because it's got a better cooldown, and the Singularity helps with indirect survivability and also grouping enemies up for Pandemicium. But Cube would work here. Especially with this amount of radius, Cube would be, like, good. I just didn't have one on me, and I prefer this cooldown. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, this. I forgot to roll a decent enchant onto this. Let's see if this does enough damage. It should. No, I canceled my reload too fast. Rebuke and Storm Smite for bossing? Why? Rebuke is literally just that shock feedback enchant from BL3, and like, we don't have a Guardian Angel in this game. And Guardian Angel wasn't enough in that game, so like... Using the message. I don't have good weapons for this. Man. What do I use? Do I Fragment Rain? I don't have direct damage guns for this shit. Queen's Cry? Queen's Cry Taser? I don't have a Guardian Angel yet. Stop. Yeah, well, that's not gonna do shit. Crossblade. Crossblade will save me. Nope. Alright, I need guns to actually break this. That's how much of my damage is in dots. Like, I just can't kill that thing. Thanks for help. Always welcome. I didn't say anything until now. Testing away. I got some weird results with Ski Prod and Parasite. Yeah, Parasite is weird, Eternal Dragon. Parasite has a thing that happens, an explosion that's unrelated to what you're using. Seems to happen more consistently if you stick a bunch of crossbolts into them, but that is unrelated to the Ski Prod. That is just Parasite being Parasite. That is why Parasite is a terrible test dummy, and all the boss melt clips of Parasite are not reliable. Will Ludite be able to kill it? Yeah, Ludite should. I just don't have one on me. The most important chance for this build, any status effect damage you can get is helpful. Status effect chance here is really nice too. But yeah, enchants aren't hugely important here. Sharksbane, decent ring. Sharksbane is very good, especially if you get it in gun damage. Give me a chain. Give me a chain. He's not giving me a chain. Don't spawn can me. Guess I'll deal with these Spectral Aegis. Ugh. There we go. There we go. Radius on that ring, 50%. That is a triple roll at Primordial. I want to know what a Primordial Sharksbane would be like. World-endingly strong. What's that with Parasite just suddenly dying, I've heard? Yeah, so for some reason when Parasite's shield breaks, sometimes there's just a huge explosion in the millions of damage that just, like, isn't from your damage. There's a chain. Parasite's a terrible test dummy. Because it just dies. You're welcome. Yeah, Smug provided the Radius ring. Is there a visual indication double knot proc and is 200% spell crit chance worth it with Glass Cannon? That spell crit chance kind of doesn't have anything to do with any of those. Well, it is connected to double knot, but it has nothing to do with Glass Cannon. How is the crit chance in Glass Cannon connected? I'm not sure what you're asking. What's a paradigm? Wish they made the Aegis a little bigger. Me too, Chimpy. Me too. I feel like for boss and Graveborn Capstone maybe needed. Yeah, the consistency in Dark Hydras is really nice from that. But I'll have to experiment more. Glass Cannon increases spell damage. Yeah. The fuck's this build doing? Confuses me. Contagion loops. We are using Contagion to trigger Contagion to trigger Contagion to trigger Contagion to trigger Contagion. And each time Contagion re-triggers, it gets status effect damage again, so we have 200% status effect damage, and we're spamming dots. Using the Pandemicium armor. You bother with Storm Surge, would you know if the damage from Lightning Bolt is any good? According to Stone Swan, the last time he tested it, it does 0 damage. Like, literally 0. Yeah. These bro can have fun. I've been having a great time with this. I'm having a great time with this. No build diversity C35, by the way, am I right? But yeah, it's a lot of fun. And this is probably why we don't have that many status effect chance increases, because if we could improve the consistency on status effect chance even more than we are now, like, we have Caustic and we have an enchant for that. So So that's a big step. We could run status effect chance instead of damage on our amulet, but the damage helps the loop happen, like, better. You guys think a handbow would do okay on the yellow thing? What if I just started playing this? Any class suggestions? If you're looking for the most powerful thing with the least amount of effort, it'd be Spell Shot in most cases, Josh.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Spell Shot's just kind of like the do-everything class.
Realized I gifted sons without even being subbed myself. Quag check.
Smug, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate the resub. Thank you so much. And once again for the gifted subs. Means a lot. But yeah, it's just Josh. Spell Shot's gonna be the most, just do everything. If you're looking for the class that has the easiest time surviving, that'd be a Graveborn. If you're looking for a class that, that does a lot of, weird stuff, Stabomancer. I suppose weird stuff is the best way to explain that. If you're looking for melee stuff in particular, more like straightforward traditional melee, you're probably looking at Berserker. Tell me Parasite was built with the subdermal bomb that triggers itself on shield breaks. Parasite is a self-damaging Nova Ward with ward break enchant. Yes. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Cool thing to start with Stabomancer, wife to Clawbringer. I like Clawbringer a lot, personally. You might run into some people out there who tell you Clawbringer is bad. Yeah, it's not. It just requires a little more effort to make it work than certain others. But, yeah, there's no wrong answer, really. Ultimately, just play what you love. Berserker's great for non-melee, too, because damage formula is just good. Yeah, Berserker's just good. I should have taken that poison damage. Actually, no. I was right not to take that. I'm going for a gun damage enchant. On this, if I can manage one. Good enough. Alright, we'll try that out. I have this liquid cooling. I forgot to try the liquid cooling. I could just from the shadows and liquid cooling. Do I even need from the shadows for that? We'll try liquid cooling. Also depends on if you're playing solo or not. I don't think it really does. Each class can provide something in co-op and something in solo. How'd you describe Spore Warden? If you enjoyed Flak in Borderlands 3, Spore Warden ticks a lot of the Flak boxes. A lot of them. In terms of, you know, character structure. Now, in terms of, like, damage calculation, that's more a Berserker thing. But you could always combine the two, and then you're like, Flak, or Stabomancer and Spore, and you get gun Flak-like stuff. Pretty toxic, Quag. Hey, Loading, how you doing? Grave one, horrible, because the Lich talks non-stop. I've kind of learned to tune it out. Spore Warden plus Torg equals explosive ricochets go burr. Very true, Robot. Very true. Clawbringer has big bonk and yeet. That they do. That they do. Auto magic be decent too. I don't have reload speed. I don't have reload speed. Two identical rings are used, both say 10% melee, you then get 20%? Yes. Your rings are basically not aware of each other's existence. So, like, they're completely independent. So, you can get the effects of each, you can get the effects of neither, you can get the effects of one or the other. Like, they don't speak. They're not on good terms. It's like having two separate friend groups. They kind of don't know about each other. Now enchants do know each other, so when you do enchants, make sure they're different. Well, they're the same way in BL3. Enchants of the same kind do not stack. Now, there were exactly 2 exceptions to this in the entirety of Borderlands 3. But, like, one of those enchants was almost never used, and the other one was just good enough that the fact that it stacked didn't even matter. But yeah, just don't double up on your enchants. You can double up on anything else, and it's fine. Hey, Avari, how you doing? A ring suddenly discovers you're wearing another and gets really jealous, withdrawing all of its bonuses and turning it back on you. Still calling them a chance to reveal 3? Fuck. I totally am. Listen, I rewired my brain for this game. Don't judge me. Good job, Snake Stick. Yeah, I have fewer Dark Hydras out in general. Probably means I should melee for Snake Stick more often. Don't know if you can double on Buffmeister. You could have 2 separate ones active and get different effects. Like, you could have a Buffmeister that has the Zap and Ka-Chow, and then you could have the other one have Bonk Pew. And those should, and the bonus elements should work together as well. The only thing is, I'm not sure if, Bonk, Zap, Ka-Chow, all that can, like, stack with themselves, but you can just run 2 slightly different Buffmeisters and it'll work. Would Diamond Guard be good for the setup? Yes, but then I lose Snake Stick. And Snake Stick is really good for this setup. I don't see myself liking anything as much as Snake Stick here. Because remember, the key is instances of damage. Snake Stick is many instances of damage, and they are even melee, which means if they crit, that's Alchemical Agent, which applies a guaranteed dot. I'd say the most important parts of this build right now are the Snake Stick, the Body Rune, and the Panamecium. Everything else is kind of like interchangeable. It's good to know rings can be oblivious to each other and still work together. I don't judge, I relate. Fair. Morning, Galloper. How you doing? Question, if you meet the requirements for an enchant on one gun, then swap guns, you lose the benefit of first gun's enchant? Yes. Yes, you do. Enchants, unless you take advantage of an exploit related to the overworld, which I do not do, they don't have any, like, object permanence. They just kind of stop existing as soon as you're no longer holding the item. Whereas gun enchants are concerned, I should say. Can you achieve 100% spell crit as in all spells can crit? Yes, yes you can. Spells have a base crit chance on the card. You see this one says 10% crit chance? Different spells have different base and parts affected. Like this one has 25%. This one is 28%. And then your crit chance, this one's 100% base. Your crit chance will multiply that base. So if you have, say, 100% spell crit chance boost from your gear, then this will go to 56%. If you have more than that, it will go higher. You can get up to 100. Spell Shot can do that with Ice Spike spells relatively easily, in fact. Doesn't require much investment at all. Animation makes a big difference. Like with the Stab Burrow one, my damage up quite a bit. The consistency provided by having an entire extra instance of damage is really, really nice. Also, if your Ambihextra is pretty sure it only uses one of the spells to calculate crit chance, what are you basing that on? Because there's nothing to suggest that they don't calculate independently. Switching them, I get more or less. Yeah, I think that's just the stats grid not being very good. Checks the left spell with looking at the stats screen, but the right one has an independent chance. Right. It's just, Wonderland's UI moment. That's all. they have their own crit chances. Yeah, good to know. Yeah. Actually reloading a liquid cooling. Hello. I have like no crit chance. Alright, we'll get it on this one. We got him this time. Got him for sure. All my damage is dots. I can't do it. All right, we'll try handbow in the next run. That's so funny. Like this build does so much damage, but only if it can dot things. Think you need a Ludite or something? Yeah, Ludite would be the easy answer. I'm just trying to avoid having Ludites on every one of my saves. Because, you know, a big part of what I do is prove that there is item diversity. So I just need to find the right tool for the situation that isn't a sticky. But it has crossed my mind. Is there only one status effect enchantment? There's two. There's two. There's one that's chance and damage, and there's one that's damage and duration. One is action skill start, the other one's action skill end. Think about it. You make this build because I said that poison felt weaker than other elements yesterday. You're not the first person to say that, Fleece. A lot of people have said that, and that's part of it. But, like, this build kind of originated. I wanted to build around Contagion, and then Stone Swan mentioned that Pandemicium would be good for that. So I put those together, and I was trying to make it work with Dire Sacrifice, but it was, like, meh. So then I put it with this, and I started shooting a White Rider because I was like, hey, this is poison. And then just kind of all started to come together. Snake Stick was a random thing because I happened to have one in my inventory. I was like, oh, this will probably be good, and it worked out well. I think you're missing the point. Torg supremacy. That's fair. That's true. We got okay RNG in that cycle. That was, like, a good cycle. Not the fastest. We didn't get any big chains, but we got enough small chains that it kind of burned him fast. There we go. That was a good one. It's one of the many reasons why I love you. Someone says something's bad, you prove it wrong. I tried to. Because it's very easy to just assert something about the game, be like, yeah, this is good, this isn't, and then not put your money where your mouth is. And, you know, I prefer to not take the Borderlands Twitter approach. And I prefer to actually show that, hey, this is based on facts. This is based on experience. This is based on game mechanics. I try to back up the things I say, which is why usually I'll say something and then explain it in more words than I need to. I like you guys to know my thought processes. How does Echo on a melee weapon work for this build? It would work well, but the problem is I would have to give up Caustic, or I would have to give up Snake Stick. Yo, Quack Capcom is bad. It is. That's true. And Caustic is one of the very few sources of status effect chance that we can get. And 30% is a lot there. And 30% status effect damage is also very good. Like, for reference, that is more than what we get from 5 points in Potent Poisons. So Caustic is tough to give up here. Why is the Snake Stick such a Chad that expands outside of the card? Hey, it does. I'm never going to be able to unsee that. Fuck. Why would you tell me that? I'm actually upset now. What can we use weapon-wise to deal with the orb? Bread Slicer? Bread Slicer would be good. Let's try Bread Slicer. Great Bow? I try to use Great Bow. I just don't have the gun damage in the setup. Like an unused Great Bow, of course. I don't want to see. So look at the Snake Stick. It's just like hanging over both sides of the card. Too bad the orb doesn't take status effect damage. That's why we can't kill it. That's why we can't kill it. I love being proven wrong. When I think something's bad and come here to see the opposite, I'm genuinely happy. Me too. Me too. And it happens to me as well. I just want to be perfectly clear about that. It's part of why I enjoy bouncing so many ideas off of Stone Swan, because he's one of the people who most forcefully was like, you're wrong about this and I'm gonna prove it to you. And, like, I respect the shit out of that. So now we bounce build ideas off each other all the time. It's great. Encapsulators and the sticky boat. Time to abuse some power. Flying to the UK and having a barbecue with Viper is low tier. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. And it's working. Try that. Hang on, there's a crossbow gen in here, right? 244 with a 3 fire rate. You are 308 with a 6 fire rate. Let's try this as well. Party of Vipers plays. I must say, black powder weapons look so cool in this game. I just find myself distracted by how cool they look a lot. Can I get a gun damage enchant? Like, that would really help me here. I don't have gun damage in this spec at all. I have 1 point in Arsenal and then Myth rank, and I think that's it.
That's fine. Your smile is all I need.
That's why I'm having so much trouble with those. Nope, Sag. Rings are using the Omega Radius ring that that Smug traded around a couple weeks ago. There's 2 copies of that. Now Chaos 35 after grinding this game for a long time. Yo, congrats.
Enter the Chaos Die.
Ability damage because radius. Yeah, ability damage is nice there because I suppose it feeds into my Dark Hydras and my Blast Gas, but pretty minor. Gun damage would improve my gun, but not the dots from my gun. Spell damage would improve my spell, but like it's fine. Like there's not really a stat that would stand out there. I suppose companion damage would be nice. Yeah, I think companion damage would actually be the move. Huh. Companion damage rings? But currently I'm running it for the radius for the eruption, so like, whatever. Gun damage can't roll on guns. I'm talking about rings. Oh, you mean for the gun, the thing I was doing. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I was rolling that for no reason. Does the initial dot scale off the gun hit? No. Gun damage is an on hit modifier in this game. Bullet damage is an on shot modifier. Dots do not scale up with on hit modifiers except for critting. They get the appropriate element, but there's a lot of them that they don't get, including gun damage. That's why magic bullets is like the gold standard for gun dot builds. Can arcane bolts come in poison? No. No, they can't. They are lightning, dark magic, frost. And I think that's it, yeah. No fire and no poison. What was the initial dot scale with? Elemental damage. Global damage will boost the hit, and that will boost the dot, but the dot won't get that boost again. Amp helps a lot, Swag. Amp is very big.
Strange bedfellows and all that.
Of course, there's magic bullets. Can't forget that one. The dot itself can crit, but it doesn't benefit from critting, like, twice. So, like, the hit critting doesn't make the dot bigger, but the dot can crit and get bigger. Spell shots easy mode, fuck that. Yeah. He drops the arcane bolt? I don't remember. myself. I do that a lot. And yeah, I did just have the epiphany during this run that I could just stay on dual beam, and that's better. Just switch to single beam for boss fights, I guess. No, dual beam wins. Dead again? Can I out-heal this? No, I have too much status damage. Nope. No shot I'm out-healing that. I realize dual beam's better for spreading dots easier. Yeah, because, like, once again, the amount of damage I'm doing is pretty irrelevant. Like, I could use a not even chaotic White Rider here, and it'd be fine. As long as I had appropriate enchant. And it was ×2. They fixed smart armor? No, there's been no updates. And smart armor fix is likely something that would require a patch. Updates are on Thursdays, Trader. Cool. That was a big dot tick on Droll. He took out 3/4 of his HP. That's a Pandemicium with 1 point in area damage skill, 3 points in blast gas, melee damage, companion damage, ability crit chance. Hello?
You haven't hit the bone zone. Keep it up and you might be a full lich someday.
Using a donkey with this build. I initially started this build with the donkey swag. Like, I got a really fast Wastard kill with the donkey. The reason I moved away from the donkey is because lack of enchantment. I wanted more companion damage. So I could move stuff around. Like, I could get this over here, and I could get this there, enchant-wise. And I'd only lose out on that 30% companion damage, and I'd still be able to use the donkey, but I ultimately decided that I preferred the White Rider anyway. Some good rolls. The thing about these rolls is most of them are kind of irrelevant. Like, I want a better snake stick. This is one of the ones that I don't have, like, a fantastic one. I'd want a Primordial here. It's not terribly hard to get. Primordial, Poison, Caustic. Not terribly hard. The White Rider I got because this week's featured run has been Son of a Witch, and he's the dedicated source, so I've been running a lot of him. I've gotten a few Primordial White Riders at this point. And then, this is just a chaotic body rune. Honestly, the quality of this body rune doesn't even matter. I have better ones elsewhere. This build is not super gear dependent. Now, the better your gear, the less you'll have to deal with RNG. But ultimately, you do still have to deal with RNG. Too bad about the lack of enchantment on that gun. Yeah, it doesn't affect many guns. Like, the enchantment thing on guns, honestly, a little overblown. It's annoying, but, like, it's not that impactful on builds. It's one enchant slot, and in most setups, the gun enchant is the least important. Now, non-enchantable wards, that shit bugs me, because ward enchants are really good. How good would Poison Pixies be on this? Shut up, Aaron. If that isn't bait... It's Pixies. I'm choosing to read that as bait. Scorpius. Spore Fuse is one of the exceptions to that, yeah. Message? I have a message. Drag that legendary torque pistol to work just for explosion to use to kill myself. Have you tried standing back? There's not many weapons that have a splash radius that can hurt you. But level design for the most part in this game is such that you can just, like, move. Genuine question. I have someone trying to make this build work with suboptimal gear, so actually not banned. Oh, okay. Pixies are one of those things that you don't need to ask if they work with a build, they just do. So, like, put Pixies in the same category as Buff Meister, as Spell Shot. Just like, exist? Good. I choose not to use them in any of my builds because they play the game for you and are ridiculously effective. One bounces extra projectiles back at you. So a little tip with that gun is if you use it from a higher elevation, the projectiles have more trouble bouncing up to you. That can help a lot. Now I have to say Pixies are bad, so Quag plays with them. Why are you like this, Kyler? Why do you bully me? You're gonna Blizzard build working? I have a companion setup that's using Blizzard at the moment, but the more I theory craft, the more I step away from that. My Spore Warden Stabbo switches to Blizzard for the Gloop boss fight, if that counts, but that's the only time he uses it. Blizzard just kind of isn't worth it as an action skill in 99 out of 100 situations. Now let's try this gun. I don't have reload speed, so... I have no idea how much progress I made. Probably not much. Blizzard seems so good early game. That's how a lot of things tend to work in lands games. There'll be something that seems like it scales super well early on, and then it just kind of doesn't. Yeah, this is doing negative damage. Oh, I downed myself with a barrel, motherfucker. Alright, yeah, I'll take the death there. That's so sad. I don't have gun damage to get into the bunny fight. I did it with Gluttony Chucks before. Need a Ludite? I don't want to use the Ludite. I don't wanna. Bet you wish you had a Ludite? I do, but I don't wanna. You can't make me. This is so painful. How would a live wire do? Would that be okay? Copium? I don't have guns for this. Stoker purple pistols. You want to fight Bunny? Yeah, no, like we did a bunny kill earlier in the stream. It's getting into the bunny fight on this build is way harder than the actual bunny fight. Fuck it. This'll do it, right? This has gotta do it. It didn't do it. It didn't do it. Liquid cooling easy? You must have missed the run where we used that and it didn't work. Need to go offline with liquid cooling for it to work here? No, liquid cooling is a good gun for this. It's just this doesn't have gun damage. This build cannot do it. B tier build. Can you with this build? Yeah, with this build, yeah. All our damage is in dots. So that's why that happened. But if we come over to this guy, and just say hi to him, you know, hey, look, we have damage. How many times you hit it, not how much damage. Is it really hit count based? Because I would have thought liquid cooling would have done more then, because, you know, ×2 liquid cooling at 8 fire rate, 9 fire rate, that should have done it then. Damage is definitely a component. Example, ice spike spells don't hit that many times. You get a ×4, and let's assume you got double knot and blast gasp on every hit. That's 12 per cast. Still does it in 2 casts, which is less than shooting a liquid cooling for like 3 seconds. The G in poison stands for gun damage. Love it. Wow, you just aren't based enough to fight Bunny. Well, I'm being gate kept by the game. Understandable. Sawmill, he says. I don't have enough mag size or reload speed for a Sawmill to, like, I ran out of ammo using Sawmill on that one of these attempts. Is Bunny Puzzle the new legs? Yes. We got in once today with Gluttony chucking. Maybe I just need to go back to that. Maybe I just use this random body rocker. This should do it, right? Thought he only does 9k damage and it only takes 1-2 mags. That's a lot of damage, Ways to the Silence. Only does 9k damage? Like, are you... What's the card damage on it? Like, you're saying 9k total collective card damage? Because that's high. I was like, you need a rain to take on the Citadel. How am I supposed to be in range to use that gun without it seeing me? And also, how am I supposed to use it with my complete lack of reload speed? I'll try it. But, like, I'm not expecting that to work. Use him off Meister. Go fetch it up on melee character. It's not a good shot, that's all I know. I guarantee with your build, you have more damage formula for guns than I do. That being the driving factor. Like, I have absolutely nothing that helps guns on my rings. On my amulet. None of my enchants do. My body rune requires getting a kill. And in terms of gun damage and tree, I have 6%. That's why it's not working. Forgot I want to roll enchants. Oh. Okay.
Enter if you dare. But seriously,
Melee character only has melee stats.
you go on a
You have more gun damage than I do. Guarantee it. Trying to get a Primordial Crossblade Frost Lightning with 8 mag for a week. Yeah, Crossblade farming, not the easiest. Still exploiting the contagion recursive triggering. I wouldn't call it exploiting. I'd call it, you know, building around the mechanic. But yeah, it's using Pandemicium and lots of instances of damage to trigger as many contagion loops as we possibly can. So we got bonus element from Body Rune. We got Snake Stick Hydras helping out. 6 out of 3 contagion, and as much status effect chance and damage as we can stack up. One turnaround and the beam comes, 2 gun go burr. I love you, Low-Key Legend, so I'm gonna stop picking apart your terrible suggestions. But the answer is no. Watch Pugly vid on it explaining Stone Swan's work on that. Yeah, yeah. A lot of this setup was put together last night with panicked DMs between me and Stone Swan. Through various spaghetti stuff. Such as Body Rune being a total mess of spaghetti. It's hilarious. 100% satisfact chance in this build? Chance? No. We don't have that much chance. But we've got Caustic for 30. We've got this enchant for 20. So it's an additional 50. In terms of damage, we've stacked up a lot of damage. We have, at peak, about 220% status effect damage. And we are just brute forcing it with lots of instances. ×2 White Rider, Pandemicium, Stain of the Soul, Blast Gas on our Eruption. Using Dual Beam also like a gentleman. Well, Dual Beam just hits more enemies, more dots. Just better here. Status effect base, does it work like crit? Work like crit, what do you mean? Like, a 5% base? I don't know what the base is for things that are not listed, but you can look at a gun, for example. It's got a base 11% chance. I don't know the base of Pandemicium or anything like that. Thought percent chance was the key to recursive stacks getting higher and higher. No, it's damage. So, Contagion will apply a dot that at base is half the strength. You already know this, Invictus, but just for everyone else's benefit. Contagion will apply a dot that's half the strength of the previous one. But that dot also benefits from status effect damage. So if you get over 100% status effect damage, then the new dot is stronger than the old one. So you try to get as many loops of that as possible. We have 6 out of 3 contagions, so we got a nice 48% chance for it to happen. So we just need to roll this 48% chance like 3 times in a row per chain, and we can have a few chains going concurrently at once, because you can have multiple dots on an enemy. So you try to get as many of those as possible. So since we have over 200% status effect damage, each one gets very strong. This is a dope build? Hey, I'm glad you think so. I'm only shitposting, don't actually think Rain would have done much, or at least any more than Welling Kettle Drum, because you're not trying to help. Whee! That was so much carnage. Do the thing, Snake Stick. Good Snake Stick. Red Swan's right up? Yeah. Do Snake Stick Hydras proc Blast Gas? No. They are damage source melee, which means they proc Blast Chill if you're a Berserker. But we're using them here to do a bunch of things. Notably, they do proc Alchemical Agent, because they are damage source melee. Is companion build then? Yes. It's a companion and dot build. How the new dot managed to get above the parent dot is beyond me. So, Contagion applies a dot that's 50% power of the previous one. But that dot has a damage formula, and included in that damage formula is status effect damage. So, if we get something that's 50% of the previous number, but we have a 200% boost, then the end result is bigger. And that can happen multiple times. So, big chunks like that. That's what happens. So instead of the behavior where Contagion starts to taper off as your new dots get weaker and weaker, with enough status effect damage, it instead does the reverse, and it gets stronger. This is the probably easiest way to reach damage cap in this game as of now. Pixies with all the fixings are still faster and more consistent. You know, a Pixie buff Meister, Spell Shot, Graveborn, Double Knot, Blast Gasp with Soaked. Too much meta, yeah. But I don't play that stuff. I play more interesting things. John Venom, main character from hit movie Venom, is a half-man, half-goo type of deal that is hangry like 24/7. He's known for putting too much on his plate at the buffet, and also his signature slogan, "We are John Venom. We are chaos." John Venom. I like it. Pixie Spell Shot Stabbo kills C35 Maker before he puts out the first bunny wave. Yeah, it's just Spell Shot balance, by the way. Pixie's balance, by the way. Like, utterly uninteresting to me. Had a volatile Lightning Wizard's Pipe with no enchantment that was melting things. The instant I put an enchantment on it was doing subpar damage. Don't know what that damage was. Huh. I've not heard much about the Wizard's Pipe either way, so maybe there was something weird with that. So dumb I didn't play it because it's so boring. Yeah, like at that point when a thing becomes so boring that you avoid entire categories of weapons in a class because of it, maybe it's not balanced well. Like, Liquid Cooling got taken out of the knees. It's still a very good weapon, but, you know, definitely weaker. Because it was suppressing build diversity, and meanwhile, pixies exist. It's kind of crazy. It's 4k damage for my Hellion, 5k when they get so... Oh, using Red Hellion. Yeah, Red Hellion's incredibly high DPS. Yeah. Very high fire rate, high projectile count, high damage. Yeah. Red Hellion slaps. If I had more mag size and reload speed, I'd probably use a Hellion for the thing I'm about to fail at. Love that shoddy. It's so good. Yeah, I'm using stickies now. I don't like it. Yeah, it's the gun damage. I don't have gun damage. Because that hit count was... high. There we go. Barely enough. Only load up that Pixie Sabo, show people how sick it is, and I put it away again. Yep, it's a party trick. That's all. Just a party trick. Would have thought the Achilles heel would be a light bulb. Yeah, the weakness of this build is a fucking malfunctioning light bulb. So does spell crit chance look at your left spell when using Ambi? It looks at your individual spells, Prince of War. So, this spell has a crit chance of 10%. That's the base. If I put in my right hand a spell that has a 28% chance, it looks at the 28% chance. That's it. Simple as that. Each spell looks at itself. The only instance of a spell mattering which hand it's in was the Buffmeister bug. In no other instance does it matter, except for maybe you want a spell in your left hand if you want to be able to shoot while casting it. Because your right hand, unless you're using a channeling spell with some specific timing, renders you unable to shoot. It was okay. We've had faster. Cat is named Pixie, she's boring too? Oh no, I'm sure she's great. I'm sure she's great. Alright, we get to go to Bunny again. Do I go dual beam on Bunny? I think I do. Because there's ads. I kind of. Not bad. Not bad at all. Probably should have gone single beam. But that wasn't bad. my correct gun then? Yeah, so that phase, not so hot. I don't like you guys, this build looks like so much fun. You forced me to defeat fucking armor buddy again. It has its downsides. We're still working out the kinks. And I like when a build shows its weaknesses like this. Tried making a Spell Stabbo melee build. I don't know what to do. Not that, because Spell Stabbo does everything better than everyone else does. So, like, I don't know. Like, exist to win. Utterly uninteresting. Can you stop downing me? I'm trying to kill you. Oh yeah, how do I deal with this? How do I do that? Yeah, I really have no gun damage. See, no, I'm not kidding. I dual beam, not single beam in this boss fight. More instances of damage if there's an ad that steps into the area, please. My gun damage is ass. I don't care about my gun damage. I want to hit more things, spread more dots. Is this ooh-tastically strong? It sure is. Spell Stabbo, slap on a Spellblade Paradigm win. Trying not to do that. If you're trying not to do that and you're playing Spell Shot Stabbo, you've got nothing boosting melee. Like, unless you were doing Paradigm and Spellblade, Spell Shot offers nothing to melee except for faster Sigil cooldowns and Tidebreaker cooldowns. So then you'd be looking at Burst Stabbo, or Claw Burr, or Claw Stabbo, any of those. Throw snipers more. I want more sawmills for other setups. Leading my Stabbo Sag. Leveling doesn't take too long in this game. Hey Foster. Tried the range shot. Range shot. What is the range shot? Rainbolt? Yeah. It applies a status effect guaranteed, which is nice. But the cooldown is long. I don't like the cooldown on it. And I hit more targets at once with this eruption, and that has a 50% chance, so. 14 seconds, fuck that. This one is 17 seconds, also with 2 charges, but it's got a singularity and a very wide radius. This one's just consistent. I'm not, like, hugely committed to this spell. There's others that could work. I'm sure a Perfect Parts Cube would be really nice here, especially with the amount of radius I have right now. Weirdly, I think a Twister could be good. Not because it has a good dot value. The Twister's dot is, like, completely terrible. But Twisters can be up to, 17 projectiles, I believe, maybe 18. It base 16 and it can get at least 1 projectile part. So each of those has a chance to apply a status effect. Each of those gets bonus elements, which is another chance, etc, etc, etc. Twister could be okay for that. But most likely a repeating cast eruption, one of the ones that you snap a bunch of times, would be optimal here. Most likely. Want to run the setup purely to use the message? Message would work well here. Yeah. Now we switch back to dual beam. Because we don't care much about how much our shot does. We care that we're shooting something. Because this is just a vehicle for dots. Hitting more enemies is applying more dots.
I've got the
See how fast I can do this. I'm gonna do no bunny this time. I'm gonna try to just get through this as fast as I can. Oops. Use my snake sticks over there.
This is by no means over.
I accidentally picked something up. So you die yourself and just health gone, thunk thunk. But today's the day of interesting chaos run. Interesting chaos run. What do you mean, Micro? I'd say I'm doing a pretty interesting run right now. We speed running with a dot build.
Spikes!
Let's run no W key. Not the first person to redeem that. I can't. What I hope the new featured run will be like. I hope the new featured has a boss that's a little more accessible to more people. You know, just so that people can do fast runs on, like, experimental builds. Because I don't mind Son of a Witch, and, you know, you get a very solid build and he's fine. But a lot of people dislike for builds they're putting together. And then having something like Banshee or Drill there means that certain types of build interactions simply don't work at all. A reminder God vote's very important. It is. It is. So I prefer if we got a couple weeks of featured runs with like Nightmare, because I think a lot of the community could stand to practice Nightmare, and it is one of the more forgiving bosses in terms of mechanics and DPS check. Hey Coco, how you doing? Do companions on PC show current health status accurately now? I haven't really paid much attention to Foster. I know they didn't before. Of course it's zombies hiding, costing me time. I'm trying to go speed and they're not letting me. Celissa, please? No. Fuck Celissa. No. She's not here. She can't hurt me. Unfortunate FTS timing, but whatever. I'll make it work. So what's this build? It's a dot build, Irish. It's a poison dot build. Do you prefer Son of Witch or Pelissa? Or Celissa? I prefer Son of Witch. Yeah, I very much prefer Son of Witch.
Nothing but chisels. Like waves, they break upon me. Looks like magic's back on the menu.
And hit the button. Both a pain to kill, so much health can easily down you. Son of Witch is very predictable. Hey, it's 738. That's not bad for how much time I lost. Son of Witch is extremely predictable. Celissa just kinda is weird. On boss Ribula, Nightmare Dragonlord be a good combo. Dragonlord's a long fight. I don't know if I like Dragonlord being in featured. If you remember the first featured run of the game, it was Dragonlord, and I didn't do featured much that week because it was kind of a drag. Yeah, get it? Dragonlord? No. Also Mountain Dew Spark? I know nothing about it. Sound design of the White Ride is strangely satisfying. It is quite nice, isn't it? How'd you get your voice like that? Slider override. 'Tis a feature. Have to go now, goodbye. Take it easy, Sora. You have a good one. Son of Wish is hilariously quick with the Livewire Frost Shiver Willy Banshee build. He's just kind of quick with anything that can apply the DPS before the birds start spawning. At which point, a lot of builds start falling off at that point. Got the Bad Egg yet? Yes, I love the Bad Egg. It's one of my favorite melee items. Yeah, so Cube having a 21-second cooldown for one charge is the main reason I'm not using one. If I got one with, like, 2 cooldown parts and a charge part, maybe, but... There's a cooldown part and a charge part, 23 seconds? It's a weaker dot than this Eruption, because this is non-chaotic. For a lower chance... It's more hits, but... Pick it up so that I remember I have it. $65k words and promptly slammed into a writer's block like a brick wall? Oh, no. Do you have a deadline, or can you afford to just, like... wait it out? Thinking easier boss with more difficult boss of the combo? Ah, okay. Okay, so Micro wanted a no W key run, because I guess I'm not allowed to have fun, but okay. We'll go back to speedrunning after. Let me roll this enchant first, though. Try to get something decent on this cube. I say poison would have been okay, but I can afford to be picky-ish. A what now? A no W key run. My W key is unbound right now. See your White Rider? Sure. It's quite the request. I've done a couple of these, just not with this build yet. It's not too difficult, it's just slow. Especially with this build where I don't quite have to, like, move much. In fact, you get a lot of incentive for standing still for a few things in this game. Like the body rune gives you a bonus for standing still. Because the body rune is also the spirit rune. And the spirit rune has a cursed bonus element. It's cursed. It's cursed. Thanks, apologize for my actions. You don't mean that. What if you're S1 as well, or do your A? We had a run in Borderlands 3 of the Mal1 takedown where I could only walk left. And I couldn't shoot or throw grenades. I could walk left and use my action skill. And we still cleared it. Crab run. You're right, I don't mean that. Been professional, just wanted to write sci-fi fantasy for years, and I'm just doing it in my free time, pushing myself to finish a book because I want to. I respect that a lot, Robot. That's cool. That's cool. More power to you. I hope the writer's block abates soon. You can just go back to enjoying it.
I shall not answer death's call so soon. Ready to make the bed. We meet again.
You know, this is still gonna be a fast run. It's kind of the funny bit. Let's deal with the mimics that are immune to everything but melee. Yeah, some of the loot enemies are just like, hey, you're gonna melee me now. And they have Chaos 35 HP, so it's like, but I don't have that. So it's like, yeah, okay, we'll just kite this enemy around that's gonna eat one of your spawns for the rest of the room. Like, alright, fuck you too. Very rude. Where the only run. Doable. I've been somewhat contemplating the idea of a green rarity spell shot, and if that kind of pans out the way I know it will, then maybe we step it up to a white rarity. Because white rarities don't get enchants, but greens do. That's why I was going to start with green.
Magic up.
Oh, my channel point fund's been completely depleted. Time to save up again. White rarity pixies. That's a thing, isn't it? Yeah. I know lightning bolts are white rarity, so yeah. Never mind. White rarity, no torch stickies. Pixies. Yeah, I was gonna go with ice spikes. You can't get triple ice spikes at white rarity, but like the regular ice spikes are still good.
Need
build's so rude. Hey Rorith, how you doing? On a MOBA marathon with friends, being lurk for a while. Yeah, I appreciate you stopping in. Enjoy your time with friends. Just call me running this time. This is a Graveborn Stabomancer. This is a dot build. We're currently doing a run with my W key unbound, so that's why I'm moving a bit weird. But the build's powerful enough, I don't really need to care. Do we have any word of any takedown us content come down the pipeline? No word right now. They've been pretty hush-hush. They've kind of not said anything other than, you know, updating us on Chum's loot pool for week 2. So, no idea what they have planned. The only timeline we had of future content was DLC 1 release. Everything beyond that is, like, shrug. Why Stabo Grave? Because I wanted to use Stabo Grave. And the dot stuff is Stabo stuff. And I wanted to use Graveborn. Why do you play the classes you play? I don't understand the question. Meleeing this as well. I'm not really meleeing too much, but I am using Snake Stick. And those Snake Stick hiders are quite good here. Guess it's still early, hopefully second DLC more substantial. Yeah, here's hoping. I would like to see an improvement on that front as well. I'm not one of those people who, you know, threw a multi-week tantrum about it. Ultimately, I didn't care that much. Still enjoying the base game content. But I would like to see an improvement in DLC quality going forward. More value from class mod, that's a big part of it. Also, I get Blast Gasp and Stain of the Soul for more instances of damage on my spell, which means more chances at dots. I get Dark Hydras for more chances at dots. I get Demi-Lich for more chances at dots. I get good survivability from Sanguine Sacrament. That was a big part of the decision. I get spell cooldown from Essence Drain. Grave has a lot of good supporting stuff. Now, there's cases for other classes here. You could go Berserker, and Berserker would have Enrage as another source of dots, along with good formula. You could go Clawbringer for Awe for damage, and Wyvern would be another source of dots. You'd have Oath of Fire for another source. Word ban. Alright, 10 minutes on clock. Strimmer can't say banned word. It's curious because I have Stabo Grave and wonder what you're doing with the combo. Dots. You can just spawn an ad so I can, like, live. There we go. One? Shit. Dots. To avoid ban, Quag will simply not speak. Nah, that'd be too easy. That would be very sportsmanlike. These items into loot pool with new soak debuff was a decent addition akin to Slag. I'd prefer not to compare it to Slag VRChu because Slag was incredibly poorly balanced, had nothing but negative impact on Borderlands 2, and was just shit design across the board, too. True. It was a bit much. It was also RNG application. So not only was it incredibly impactful, to the point where many players felt like it was mandatory, it wasn't, but many players felt as if it was also RNG. And bloated item parts. It was an entire element. Give him his W key back. Oh yeah, I can take my W key back. Feeling impressed? Hi, feeling impressed. Let me have this. That's a volatile banshee with vampire. Honestly, that's good. Not Ellie though. Actually, never mind. Well. Times 7 rain. Why did I pick that up? Let's go for primordial snake sticks. Proud of you. Thank you. Should have banned the word gods. Fuck, that's 3. But I can go over my skill tree and all that stuff after I'm done looting. Just give me 1 minute and I'll go over all my choices. I'm having to measure my words very carefully. This is difficult. But, like I said, it wouldn't be fun if I just didn't speak. Another volatile banshee. Oh, okay. Sure. Inventory hoarder addict? Absolutely. Volatile snake stick. Warrior. Don't want that. Hey Bazooka dude, how you doing today? It's a lot of banshees, all non-elemental. I'm cursed. You have 2 word bands going at the same time? Fuck, 4. Yes. Action skill? From the shadows. From the shadows. Now you're talking like Shatner, I'm here for it. Doing well, thanks. Hope you are too. Doing great. Having a lot of fun with this new build. So, 2 more. Was that 4 or 5? I'm gonna fail this one. So, build. That was good, Nola. That was stealthy. That was stealthy. Graveborn Stabomancer. Stabomancer is more important here because we are using the right side of Stabomancer's tree. Right side, good side. Yes, build. So, Stabomancer. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you here, chat. Stabomancer is a shit class. But, if you look at everything on the right side here, that's 6, it's all really, really good. This action skill is insanely powerful. Potent Poisons feeds very well into Contagion, which we'll get to. Exploit their weakness, extremely powerful. Provided you're not Spore Warden. It loses value for Spore Warden, but like for anyone else, it's great. And Alchemical Agent, very good if built around. There's a band called Fall on Your Sword that makes songs with Shatner samples instead of a singer, and they're hilarious. That sounds awesome. What does Sabomancer need to not be shit? Arsenal, very low value per point. Swift Death and 1000 Cuts being additive with other all damage boosts make them extremely low value. Sneak Attack being additive with Strength makes it extremely low value. Swift Death, or not Swift Death. Shadow Step is just kind of like not useful. Follow Up is situational. Nimble Fingers is situational. Elusive is okay. And then Capstone is situational. So it's often a matter of you'll have another class that can do similar things, but better because its kit is better. But Stabbo has this right side of its skill tree, which is cracked. So when doing Stabbo stuff, right side. As for the rest of it, fuck, 7. Graveborn side. Essence Drain for cooldown. Faithful Thralls, because we're going to have Dark Hydras, Demi-Lich, and Snakestick Hydras out, so we may as well get this damage. Sanguine Sacrament for survivability. Arguably strongest heal in the game. This is from our armor. We have 1 point here from our armor as well, but 1 point in skill tree. Dread Covenant as a panic button. Dark Hydra to feed into Faithful Thralls. Punishment. It's more instances of damage when we cast spells, which is more chances at dots. Ascension is just there, really. Doesn't do a lot here, but spell damage and HP are welcome. And it's a lot of spell damage. 6% per stack. 60%, that's more than Spell Shot Tree gives. Yeah. Lord of Edges is okay. We take it because not bad value for 1 point. And we only need 1 point in Blast Gasp, but we have 1 spare point in the build, so... Is that 8 or 9? So we put 2 here. In terms of hero stats, max status damage, a max crit damage, and then the remainder I think I put into spell cooldown. I might have split it between spell and skill. I think I put 1 here and remainder there. Yeah, I lose the word ban. That was 10. I lose. Okay, I'm going back to speaking normally. So the success of this build primarily comes from we're using Contagion. The way Contagion functions is it applies a new status effect at a base of 50% of the previous one. It'll go to a different element than the previous dot as well. So elemental matchups change and stuff, but the base damage before elemental stuff is half. But this new dot gets status effect damage again. So we have between Potent Poisons, Wisdom, Gear, and Enchantments, we have over 200% status effect damage. So each time Contagion applies a new dot, the new one is stronger than the old one. And those new ones can also trigger Contagion again. So we're spamming instances of damage with things like Pandemicium to apply as many dots as fast as we possibly can to trigger Contagion doing crazy things. Now we've got other things going, like Snakestick with Alchemical Agent. If our Snakestick crits, that's a guaranteed dot. Which can then start doing this stuff as well. And we have Blast Gasp and Stand of the Soul are adding extra instances of damage to our spell. Every time we cast a spell, Demi-Lich does Hellish Blast, and because we have a point punishment, there's a 20% chance it does 2 Hellish Blasts, which is 2 instances of damage. We have Body Rune for a bonus element. Companions do get this, so all our Snake Sticks, our Dark Hydras, our Demi-Lich are all getting this fire bonus element as long as we've gotten a kill. Inflammation be an idea. I prefer to have a poison element spell, honestly, Moonface. Poison spell, poison gun, poison snake stick help Pandemicium happen more. It doesn't need to be poison, but it's more consistency. And I have a poison amulet, so it feeds into my damage better. Higher base. I think Gearbox will change formulas for skills that are weaker. They changed formulas on a couple things already, so I think it's entirely possible. Want to feel better about the word ban? Just imagine you're Morden Solas from Mass Effect. yeah, Morden's great. Want to subreddit cesspool, just like the official server, yeah. These rings aren't doing too much for me. Ability damage is only helping my Blast Gasp and my Dark Hydras, and neither of those are much of my damage at all. This is mostly just because Spell Radius makes this more convenient though again, that's not hugely impactful here. This is just a ring I had from other builds, and I had 2 copies of it, so I put it on. So Radius ring, I want that. Yeah, Smug traded that out in the Discord, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. It's floating around. It's been distributed. But yeah, we're using the Pandemicium armor here, specifically with the Grave Stab as the class combo, because that can roll 3 points in Contagion, and more points in Contagion is more consistency on the interactions here. A ×2 White Rider is so far the most consistent gun for applying dots that I've used. It's very user-friendly. And as mentioned before, Snake Stick with Caustic. This Companion ASA enchant apparently also makes your companions like faster, which is very convenient. We have this to give us companion damage for our Dark Hydras, for our Snake Stick Hydras, for our Demi-Lich. Because all damage is not going to be very impactful here. Elemental damage, we already have a lot of poison, so not very impactful. Gun damage does nothing for us. Melee damage, we have some from Arsenal and our armor, so we don't need more of that, really. So this is like what's left. This game interrupted my Mass Effect 2 experience pretty significantly. I've played Mass Effect 2 in a bit, and I need to change that. It's Mass Effect, one of those yearly franchise plays for me. Yeah, dots. Dots. Absolutely love how many builds are multi-classic to Stabbo. I've only done one playthrough on Stabbo and so many build options. The thing with that Stump is people are doing it for different reasons. I'm multi-classing into Stabbo to show its strengths in terms of things it can uniquely do. A lot of people multi-class into Stabbo because they see a YouTuber tell them Stabbo is good and has a good damage formula when it doesn't. Stabbo has a terrible damage formula. It's just got a great action skill in From the Shadows and some unique interactions. So I like promoting accuracy of information. For good balance, you need to buff and nerf to achieve it. You should be careful with it. They should. Message is good mobbing gun as well. Multi-projectile, purple torque, rocket launcher can also peak higher if you want to change up your guns. Yeah, I didn't have a good enchant roll or good arts on my message, so I didn't really mess with it too much. I just, farming Son of Witch on the featured for a week gave me some pretty good White Riders, and I'm enjoying getting mileage out of them at the moment. Casual Flag enjoyers are crying. Well, Flag had a great damage formula. VR Shaka. Flag's damage formula was that character's strength. So Stabbo isn't really as much of a direct Flag equivalent as people want to believe, because Stabbo has the problem of Zane having a very narrow damage formula, but doesn't have the advantage of Zane having crazy numbers, so it's kind of propped by dot interactions, which it does very well, and From the Shadows being just fade away fully realized. It's like how, if you consider Cleansing Flames part of Clawbringer being bad, then you have to acknowledge that From the Shadows is why Stabomancer is good. If you would say that an action skill doesn't have bearing on a skill tree being good or bad, okay, remove the Cleansing Flames, you also remove From the Shadows, so Clawbringer becomes better than Stabomancer. I'm fine with that reality. From the Shadows is Gorillas in the Sun Crack. Yeah, it's just like Gorillas in the Mist. It's crazy because at the time when the game came out, it wasn't the big crit multiplier that, you know, it didn't get the... It wasn't the fact that it had the same crit as 3-shot fadeaway that made it strong. It wasn't the fact that it had that long duration. It was at the time when Gorillas in the Mist came out in Borderlands 3. The reason why it was so oppressively powerful is because we did not have anointments. Yes, I didn't say enchantments for once. we did not have anointments that were restricting its power. ASE elemental anointments on Grenade and Shield did not yet exist. And the biggest downside of Gorillas in the Mist was locking you out of those and action skill start Shield Anoint, which did not come until later. So, that's why Gorillas in the Mist in BL3 in 2022 is stronger than it was in 2019. Because eventually we found ways to kind of go back to the old way of not depending on those enchants to the same degree. And that's why the duration nerf to it actually worked out to eventually be a buff, because it assists in cycling those enchantments, anointments. So like, people saying, hey, Gorillas should have been reverted. No. Get better. The nerf worked out to be a buff. But from the shadows in this game is it applies to everything. Everything you do. So it is just pure consistency. And that's what makes it amazing here. It is access to things. Access to on-crit effects, access to stability in dot damage builds. It doesn't increase your damage. In fact, it gives you a flat 25% penalty to all of your damage while it's on. But it's consistency. It's good design. Thanks for the bits, Control. Swift Death and Thousand Cuts you can put in different spot in the formula and they'll be fine. That would improve the class, but here's the thing, Irish. Even though that's a weakness of Stabo, does it need to be corrected? Does it really need to be? Like, is Stabo as a class, even with these downsides, is it underperforming? Remember, having a downside does not necessarily mean it needs to not be there. Like, Spell Shot doesn't have healing. Does that mean we need to add healing to Spell Shot? Different levels of power, but same premise of what's truly necessary. I'd rather they focus attention elsewhere. And especially in a multi-class system where we can correct Stabo's formula issues by just taking the formula in our other skill tree. Hey Onyx, what's the build? It's a dot build. We're doing dot stuff with the Pandemicium. Feels good. As chaos levels increase, that could change. It could, but I'm more concerned about the now. And the now is where there's other things like, for example, Cleansing Flames being terrible, Dreadwind feeling extremely, or not Dreadwind, Pharaoh Surge feeling extremely anti-synergistic with the rest of the character. Blizzard being terrible. Things like that I would prefer to be addressed now, rather than Stabo, which can wait. Black didn't need Gorillas for Fade Away to be good. People lost their minds when it got nerfed. Yeah, like, people... It's the concept of the nerf that people latched onto Fusion Rogue. It's not the content of the nerf, it's just the concept that people violently react to before using their heads for a second. Because around the same time, they also buffed, like, most of Flack's skills, period. Like, Barbaric Yawp got buffed, Pack Tactics got buffed. They added pet damage to most skills in the green and red tree. They reworked the pet formula. Like, not the pet formula, the pet per level scaling. Made them a lot better. Like... But all it takes is a reduction to one thing, whether it's impactful or not, and the lands community loses their collective goddamn minds. I just wish so many claw skills weren't bad. It's not even that many, though. It's 2. 3. 3. It is Radiance, Dedication, and Blastomet's favor. Now, you could argue that the gun damage on Firebolt can go up now that it's no longer bullet damage. Sure, I wouldn't call the skill bad, though, because the attack gives the Wyverns very useful. Storm Breath is extremely good. Rebuke is a bit situational, but I wouldn't call it bad. Awe is good. Indomitable is good. Storm Smite is good. Storm Dragon's Judgment, the hammer throw, is one of the best action skills in the game. Dragon Aura is fantastic. Oath of Fire is fantastic. Oath of Thunder is fantastic. It wouldn't take much to put Clawbringer in a much better state. Honestly, I'd say replace the ward capacity skill with so the one that's 6% ward per point, make it 5% melee and 5% ability damage per point. And then bump Firebolt's damage up to like 15%. And double the base damage on Cleansing Flames and Blastomet's favor, at least. There you go, class fixed. All this BL2, BL3 talks make me realize how much I miss BL Universe game over this fantasy game. We've had so much in that world, I don't mind getting this world. And ultimately, I'm a gameplay guy, so it doesn't matter much to me. The fantasy world of this provides more creativity. In terms of Pandora, I'm fucking sick of Pandora. We had Pandora for all of BL1, all of BL2, and then half of BL3. I'm sick of Pandora. I hope Pandora blows up in Borderlands 4. I hope it's gone. Clawbringer is good until Chaos levels, in my experience. Clawbringer is good in Chaos levels as well. Just maybe more gear dependent than like the likes of Spellshot, but...
Nothing but fizzles left.
Down me. That's fine. Snake Sticks, do the thing. I'm gonna spawn more of you. Do the thing now. There we go. Want to explore all the land south of Bright Hope that got tsunami? Where did all the water go? That'd be a cool concept for a DLC. Which class do you like the best with Claw? Berserker Claw is a fantastic combo. It does a lot of stuff well. So Clawbringer's big weakness is that it doesn't have much in terms of damage formula. It gives you a lot of outlets for formula, but not the formula itself. Like, Storm Smite does good damage. Storm Dragon's Judgment does good damage. You get Oath of Fire and Oath of Thunder as good bonus elements. But what you don't get is anything that boosts any of those. You don't get melee damage or ability damage in the tree at all, and you get a fat 8% gun damage. So you need a second skill tree to boost the formula for Claw. And Berserker has an extremely good formula. I just think most classes are a decent level. Every class is viable. Yeah, Silent, I agree. Every class is viable. I think some could do with tuning downwards, some could do with slight tuning upwards, but I don't think anything drastic is necessary. With the exception of Spellshot needs to be, you know, needs to have a talking to. White Rider do melee? No. This is all I'm using, it's proc and blast chill, unless the poison node from armor is proc and melee. You have something else that's doing melee. Do you have Stabomancer Capstone? Do you have a Snake Stick Hydra out? One of those is likely happening. Delete buff Firestar, want to see the riots? Same. Let's do it, I'm ready. Spellshot is BL3 Mo's. I doubt much will be done to it, honestly. You're probably right. Don't have either of those. What's your skill tree? Portal Knight. White Rider does not do melee damage. 90% sure. Yeah, no, I know for a fact. Because, Lazy's Hammer Zerker uses Blast Chill and shoots a White Rider, and it does not trigger it. So you have something else that's doing it. So, what's your multi-class combo? What's your gear? You have something else going on. Spellshot needs to be nerfed. You can say the word, but like, I can't say the word. The lands community will fucking cancel me. That's interesting enough, I'll take that. Wailing Banshee is a melee projectile? Yeah, it does. Wailing Banshee, Metal Loot, Ragnarok, Fatebreaker all have ranged melee stuff. Spellshot's strong to the point gutting is hard, I think. It could be an issue of just lowering the ceiling. For example, Spell Weaving does not need to be as powerful as it is. 10% per stack, letting you get up to 11 stacks with an armor with high thread count? That's... what? Like, that's before class power boost as well. You get 50% class power. Okay, like, you see where this is going? And that's just the class feat. That's without anything else in the skill tree other than the class feat and high thread count. There's all the other shit it does. Double Knot is too strong and Spell Weaving is too strong. The rest of it, fine, whatever. It can be powerful. But, like, that? 5% per stack? Yeah. Recalibrated? I like that term. 5% per stack? Yeah, like... it'd still be more spell damage than you get anywhere else except for Graveborn's Ascension. Whoever built the Spellshot Talent Tree Gearbox an absolute Giga Chad, not gonna lie. I don't think they're a Giga Chad. I think they're someone who doesn't want to play the game. 5 Arsenal, 2 Haste, 5 Potent Poisons, 3 Exploit the Weakness, 3 Contagion, Ancestral Frost, Savagery, Old Ways, Icebreaker, Cold Snap, and Armor Defense, Ancient Fury, Blast, Shield, Blood of the Fallen. And are you absolutely positive that it's Blast Chill? Because that's not how that works. Six class is about to be 7. I'm okay with 1 being OP. Let's see if the community as a whole is okay with build diversity being downplayed constantly by people who refuse to try anything other than Spellshot. Like, that's how a game dies. Remember, Borderlands 2 did almost nothing to rein in player power ever, and its endgame is dead as fuck. Nobody cares about it. Not even the people who have been doing playthroughs of Borderlands 2 and nothing else for like 8 years. One being shit, none of them are shit. He's gonna Ice Nova Shield. It could be that. Yeah, what else you got going on in your setup, Borderlands? Yeah, also I wasn't paying attention and I dotted myself. I pulled that barrel into myself. Nobody kills me but me. Not a single class in Wonderlands is shit. Right, they're all viable. Spirit Rune, do melee, and then I'm sure as Blast Chill is proccing. My damage so high everything's dying in 2 seconds. So, do you just think Blast Chill is proccing, or are you seeing Blast Chill? Because, no, Spirit Rune doesn't do melee either. Like, are you just having high damage and assuming it's Blast Chill? I'm confused. Also, what's your melee weapon? Spell shots this game, Salvador. Salvador, Mose, whichever metaphor you prefer. Athena Frost radius shoot enemies. About my spell, Saw Blades. Has anyone ever tested to see if Saw Blades is melee? That's something unaccounted for there. Spell shots this game's Iron Bear. Yeah, think about it. It was a meme that Iron Bear got buffed about every 3 months for a year and a half. And Spell Shot has been buffed twice. And the game's been out for a month and a week. I have a snake stick, but I never swing it. Could be something with snake stick and spellblade. I've heard of weirder things. Iron Bear is the strongest field 3 VH. It was the easiest. You know, Mose and Zane still outdamaged it, Flax still outdamaged it. Even Amara could outdamage it in short bursts, but Iron Bear was just peak efficiency. You didn't need gear and you could just do everything. It could also play the game for you with the right spec. So, you know, Spell Shot. Best thing about this game, if class is OP, I don't have to play it. It's not about whether you have to play it, Tom Nasty. It's about the impact it has on the game as a whole just by existing. You don't have to use an item for it to impact the game. Balancing is important. If you allow something to remain overpowered, people will not experiment. And in a game built on creativity and experimentation, people get bored faster when they feel there's less things to experiment with. And if there is a very clear option that is, you know, very clearly overperforming compared to everything else, people will not deviate from that option, which means people get bored, people leave, smaller community, game dies faster. It's not a matter of don't like, don't use, and it has never worked that way in any sort of game that has tried for any amount of longevity post-launch. Here's a direct example, once again borrowing from Borderlands 2's absolute fiasco of balance. Veracitus was designed as a counter to existing raid boss strategies when that boss came out. For example, he did a 1 damage Nova to turn off B shields. He also did high damage Novas to further punish that particular playstyle. Was resistant to status effects, etc., etc. And was extremely aggressive and had a lot of health. Eventually they started balancing Borderlands 2 raid boss health around the B shield. Instead of balancing around the B shield, they just made everything tankier. And then they kept doing that, and kept doing that, to a point where by the time OP10 rolled around, people ran around saying things like, hey, there's no build diversity in this game. It's because, yeah, you balance around something that is unchecked for so long that the whole game suffers for it. It's Saw Blades? That's really interesting. I'm glad you went through... Thank you for testing that, Portal Knight. So Saw Blades being melee, it's a melee spell. That's like... That's interesting. Chaos Chambers bring a lot of longevity. They do. They do. Berserker class skills are weird. How so? Could be scary. Yeah, a spell that deals melee. This means you could use Spell Shot to pump a Blast Chill up and do Paradigm stuff. So regretty. I don't know if you ask the casual community, a lot of people hate them for some reason. Because difficulty, Chester. That's what it is. Not talking about the skills themselves, I mean the action class skills. I'll agree Feral Surge is weird. It's like a gap closer that is designed as a finisher, so it just kind of fails at both without extreme investment, at which point you could just put that same investment to any other skill and it works out better. Dreadwind is quite good. They buffed Dreadwind. I think Dreadwind is, like, well realized, but Feral Surge is definitely weird. Fish slap all over again. It's the fucking fish slap. One pixel blade for fast cooldown, that's poison damage. Got a channeling cast one. That's cool. You know, I'm over here just doing casual Chaos Chambers. Yeah, like, I just do Chaos Chambers for fun. Like, I just enjoy them. Simple as that. Let's do another bunny. People whine about the game being too hard. I haven't rubbed two brain cells together probably for their build. Well, that's a skill set that they're not used to. The same people shat on Borderlands 3 and claimed it didn't have builds. And, like, we all know, anyone who played that game for any reasonable amount of time knows Borderlands 3 had more builds than any other Lands game to that point. But, you know, sometimes it required you to learn some build synergies. And it's just that amplified in this game. This game rewards learning, and if you have no interest in learning, and you take zero personal responsibility for your own failures in video games, then guess what? You're gonna hate it. Simple as that. There's a reason it's the BL2 best game ever, BL3 terrible game people who were shitting on this game the loudest. There's a reason. If you like endgame content, if you like builds, if you like learning stuff, I wasn't far enough to the right. See, I fucked up and the game punished me. That's my fault. I'm okay with that. If you like that stuff, then yeah, this game's for you. If you don't care about that stuff, then yeah, maybe it'll be less interesting to you. Ultimately, not everything is created for everyone. I don't want to learn, I want to put on the most broken items and win. And this game even allows for that, but, you know, if you listen real close, you can hear the goalposts moving anytime you bring that up to those people. Just obvious, almost 70% of the action skills overshadowed by other class options. Ambi-Hex, Storm Judgment, Reaper, Dire, Barrage from the Shadows, everything else kinda eh. I wouldn't consider Dire Sacrifice on the level of any of those other ones you mentioned, Silent. I wouldn't consider Dire Sacrifice in that list at all. But thinking about action skills, you can make Ghostblade work with extreme investment, but it is ultimately just a worse Dreadwind with a range option. So, like, in the kind of eh tier, I'd put Dire Sacrifice and Ghostblade. In the really good tier, you've, of course, got, you know, Dreadwind, Reaper of Bones from the Shadows, Barrage, Storm Dragon's Judgment. Those are all great. But then you do have some trash tier ones. Blizzard, Feral Surge, much as I enjoy it. Cleansing Flames. Yeah, action skills are kind of all over the map balance-wise. You Ghostblade with Blast Show for fun. Yeah, you can make it work. You can absolutely make it work. Like, it's not like it's not viable. So funny how this build just can't get the puzzle. Yeah, I need to figure out gear options for that. I don't have gun damage on this build. It's a dot build. Should have gave Berserk the blade. The blade. What do you mean, Ghostblade? You know, that would kind of make sense gameplay-wise, but thematically, it would clash a bit. I don't know. Could have made it like a blade totem or something. Like, it's barbarian shit for Berserker, right? So it could have been like that. I don't know. Main beef with this game is that not every action skill is balanced. Same as every other Lands game. There's always stinkers. Always. But luckily we're still early enough, and because this is a modern Lands game, it gets the BL3 support system of, you know, hotfixes and patches, as opposed to, you know, other games where updates were much more infrequent. Sir, you're being very uncooperative. You're gonna down me again? Really? Oh, no, you saw that. It's fine. You're allowed to do that. Want a weapon I can throw or an extended staff so I can hit that fucking hit that fuckbag drill. I mean, you got the hammer throw. I acknowledge that the imp change didn't affect it that much. However, every time they adjust and be looking over pixies on spell shots, like what the fuck? Yeah, it's. I don't know what the logic on that one is. I would love some transparency in that regard as well, because you know some changes flat out just don't make sense. Like Rogue Imp, why? Like, even if there was an issue, which they said there was an issue with it wasn't getting the penalty for having an extra projectile, okay, do that. But they also nerfed it. Doesn't make sense. Well, pixies are in the room. Especially considering they had just recently buffed the Rogue Imp by buffing Skulldugger ARs. Plank Slate. How much money do I have? Ooh, we can buy STUs. My inventory is constantly full, but we can buy STUs to fix it now. And maybe I can carry guns for that puzzle. You have a modded saw blade? Like, that's a good question, Charles. Sound chaotic. What's the card damage on it? I play PS4, can't use it on. That doesn't mean that, Portal Knight. Like, if you got it as a drop, then sure, okay. In your own lobby, yeah, but people can absolutely mess with items on consoles. The thing I like most about Wonderlands, all the ways you can affect your build. I used to ignore grenades in Melee, and Borderlands can't do that in Wonderlands. Yeah, it heavily incentivizes using multiple things together, which does make for more cohesive gameplay. Might be the reality where they have no intention to change the buff Meister, pixies, etc., because later content be way more difficult to make more sense happen in the game. But that's repeating the mistake of the past, Silent, where if you design future content around the power level of something that's overperforming, what happens to everything that isn't on the level of those items? Like, why would you balance around 5 things instead of 5,000 things, when you could just tone down the 5 and then balance around the 5,005? Like, it's that's why I don't really think about it that way. The Sawmill does melee? As far as I know, the Sawmill does not do melee. To be honest, companies don't learn from the past. That's a generalization, and it's flat out untrue. This game learned a lot from the mistakes of Borderlands 3 in many areas. Many, many areas. So, I don't think the generalizations are doing any good in this conversation. I'll play with people drop my own lobby. Okay, I'll have to check out Sawblades then. I'll keep an eye out for a drop. Thank you for all the good answers there, Portal Knight. I love learning about new items like this. Or not new items, items that are new to me. You balance around peak damage in game, you end up with Giga Haga Fervor. Exactly! Anyone who missed the Haga Fervor event in Borderlands 3, they had to nerf down an event boss because it was literally designed to counter the top 1% of players, and everybody else hated it. It also didn't stop that top 1% from one-shotting the boss. You can't ever balance that way. And they learned that quite recently. Gave us an endgame where acquiring gear isn't done by safe quit farming, that's huge. And there's people who are complaining about that bit, Fusion Rogue, and not in a way like, hey, I wish these farms felt a little more equal in terms of time investment. Some people say that, but there are some people who are outright like, no, that's not the problem. The problem is nerf bunnies. Like, wait, how does that get you more loot? It doesn't. It's just taking away other people's toys. Doesn't affect game balance. Doesn't affect longevity. It's just screw that other person for having fun with the new thing.
Enter
Which is
if
a
you
trend.
dare. But seriously, you should dare.
Ashen Skull Star status on it. Where I have ASA 50% poison. Cool. 1000 dot, 14% chance. Wish the chance was higher, but that's still useful. Change the bunny room layout. I would love to see that. Dedicated farm is still there, though. It didn't go away. It absolutely didn't. In fact, Fleece, or, sorry, Fusion Rogue, too many F names in the chat. It's better. Most dedicated farms in Borderlands 3, and 2 for that matter, worked out to be pools of three items for an enemy, 30% divided between them. It worked out to 10% drop rate. At 40,000 loot luck right now, at level 40 in Wonderlands, that puts you at about an 18% drop rate for items. 18 is a bigger number than 10. So it's literally better. Other kid made a cool castle with the blocks, and now I'm pissed, so I'm gonna knock it down. Does it not work out to 9% for stuff that has 2 drops? No, it is 18% individually. Blue log makes it so time consuming to farm dedicated drops without chaos levels. Dice are account-wide. So, no. Also, whenever something is featured, it gets an increase to its dedicated drops. So, like, when they feature a boss, its rates improve. You can test this by go kill Droll, and it'll vomit out, like, a pile of 4 between gluttonies and donkeys. Like, every time. Like, I've only failed to get a drop from Droll, like, twice in this week. That's dedicated farming. What's running on the stop build? Contagion. Contagion is great with status effect damage, and reusing Pandemisium.
Pass quickly to that dark beyond.
What if I didn't want something different from Gluttony, Donkey, White Rider, Soldier, You go there, and you farm that enemy with your account-wide loot dice that you already collected, with your luck shrine that you should go collect if you haven't, with your per-level scaling loot luck that goes up as your character level goes up. It's not just chaos level that increases loot luck, it's your character level. You go there, and you farm it. It's not different. It's the same system as before, but better. Sawblade has to do melee stop. Okay, I'm back into doubt mode, Fortnite. Applying a melee dot, that sounds regretty. I'm gonna have to test that. Why you just level your chaos level doesn't make sense not to. Well, it does make sense because difficulty is elective. If you want the increased rewards from the higher difficulties, you know, you get your build up to a point where you can complete them, and then if you want to progress, you can. If you don't want to progress your difficulty level, you do not have to. It's not like the OP or the Mayhem level system where you need to, you know, refarm your gear out every tier. Just every few tiers, a new max possible gear roll opens up, and that's it. I don't ever advocate for pushing people into difficulty levels they do not want to farm on. That's why there are multiple scalers for your loot luck, to a point where, you know, you can still get good rates even without being on max chaos. Still a thing. Even at like 30k loot luck, about chaos 25, dedicated drops feel like a drag, and farm dedicated drops so much been hitting the wall. So, are they really a drag, or are you unlucky and continuing to do something you've already burned yourself out on, when there is another option right here? For sure, unless Saw Blade also ricochets, it does ricochet. So, like, concept. If you get bored of a dedicated farm, and that item is not a dedicated only, what if you just go to the Chaos Chamber and you play the video game instead of playing the load screen slot machine part of the video game? And then you get the item that way. Only if you get bored with the dedicated farming. Because guess what? The dedicated farming is still more efficient if you're after one item in particular. So, like, what if you just did something different? So literally what I've been doing is still taking just as long. So, Flint, refer back to the "you are unlucky" point. Because that is not, within normal variance in, you know, the math. Simple as that. There is no dedicated farming problem. You can clip me on this. There is no dedicated farming problem. It does not exist. You are unlucky. Elder Wyvern Ring show up in Chaos Chamber? No. Quest rewards are only vending machines. I wish we had another way to get that. That's something I would like to see improved. A suggestion that a viewer put a while ago, I want to say it was Stizits, was that the wheel in the DLC, which nobody likes because it sucks, if that gave quest rewards in its pool, that'd be pretty good. It'd function like Crazy Earl's machine in Borderlands 3. Or the Gun. Same game. I'm gonna give him your toxic brand build. You know me, Wolf Booty. I aim to please. And just to revisit the "you are unlucky" thing, I know exactly how frustrating that is when you are after an item and it just won't drop. I had a stream in Borderlands 3 where I spent 5 hours farming for an auto-idol. 5 hours. Consecutively. It was awful. Wick and Wardy, I spent 4 hours at that guy, at those guys, going for a black hole. I wanted an anointed black hole. And it took me 4 hours to get 2. Because I out-leveled the first one. And that, guess what? 10% drop rate. Lower than the rates in this game. People farming for 94% for literally years, and they go back to it all the time, and it's a glorified thing. Like, you'll have people who on one hand are like, hey, I wish there were rare farms, ignoring the actual rare farms in the game. And then in a game with better drop rates than that game, they'll start crying about, hey, farms are too difficult. They're literally easier. Like, what? Borderlands 2 rots your fucking brain, I swear. Instant regret comparing Wonderland's playtime to BL3 and past BL3 by 5 days. I have 6,000 plus hours in BL3. About 6,250, so. Also the problem, there's basically no dedicated farm while leveling up, playing the first time, only got 2 shit tier legendaries in my first playthrough, so got it frustrating, almost quit the game. So like, that's just not how that works though. You're saying there's no dedicated farming while leveling up and playing for the first time. The enemies are still there, they still drop the loot. You can still acquire loot luck through your playthrough by leveling up, having your account-wide loot dice, getting the loot luck shrine as soon as possible, getting a loot luck enchant as soon as possible, getting a loot luck roll on your amulet as soon as possible. All of those things increase your loot luck, as does, you know, continuing to farm the thing. You still can get it. It exists. It is there. And if you do not like that it is more difficult to get legendaries during a playthrough, blame the many, many, many people who complain constantly about you getting legendaries during your playthroughs of Borderlands 3. Can't have it both ways. Hey Tizzle, how you doing? Add the Elder Wyvern as a mid-boss in Chaos Chambers we can drop there. I've honestly never fought it, Rager. I've never fought it. I don't even know what it does. I always fed him, because he's a good boy. The more you want an item, the less likely it is to drop, and you don't expect you to get a god roll. Joking, it's all random. Yeah, it's the desire sensor. I think the problem with farming is that it's almost impossible to target farm the specific class mods that are needed for specialist builds. You can build around interesting class mods to pick up on the side. It's almost impossible to go around the system that heavily gatekeeps newer or newish players. I completely agree with that, Mintberry. Part variance is crazy on some items, and that was something I screamed from the top of my lungs about in Borderlands 3, yet the people who are complaining about the farming system now in Wonderlands are the ones who were downplaying the part variance issue then in Borderlands 3. So we got stuck with the same thing again, the part variance thing that is doing exactly what you just spelled out it is. We got stuck with that again, and the other area improved, yet we still have people who won't acknowledge the right fucking problem. It's craziness to me. You're 100% correct. You did good, Nightmare. You did good. Proud of you. You tried your best. Noped out very quickly. Oh. Gotta let Holo know that unarmored defense stops the drop to HP, 1 HP from Deathless. Yeah, unarmored defense takes priority there. It's pretty neat. So you get the recharge delay bonus of Deathless without any of the downsides. It's pretty cool. If farm heavy way to rework class mods in the game would be so much better. And that's not something I'm sure Gearbox would ever be open to, sadly. I don't know. Based on past comments. We'll see though. Can always hope. Legit complaint with Wonderlands that there are no cyborgy cosmetics. Hey, maybe if we provide that feedback, eventually we get that. That would be cool. It would be cool. So Inflammation having like a guaranteed dot application. Wonder if we could do anything cool with that here. It's not poison though. That's my main resistance to it. Fantasy and Magic, this ain't Cyberpunk. Oh, there's plenty of weird shit. The overworld has a Cheeto on it. Like, and a bunch of soda cans. It's fine. It's fine. They could get weird with this. It doesn't need to make sense. It's Tina's mental stuff. Sorry, not a professional Borderlands. I want to take my time through the game. Okay, so hang on. You guys are getting very heated there. So, Silent, back off. You're being aggressive. And the worst way to prove a point to someone is to shout in their face that they're wrong. That's just gonna make them hate you. And Flint, there is a kernel of truth to the fact that if you are being frustrated with not getting legendaries, which are intended as rare items said by the community and Gearbox themselves. Now, I personally don't necessarily believe that scarcity is indicative of rarity with items. I'm not a believer in that myself, so I agree with you somewhat on that front. But the intention is not for you to have legendaries during playthroughs, because legendaries are balanced for endgame in this game. So getting a legendary in a playthrough kind of ridiculously unbalances the experience, and I don't think they want you progressing that easily, and you can see the logic behind them not wanting that, because things like the Pookie's Chew Toy was toned down. It was nerfed. It was balanced, adjusted, whatever you want to call it. And that was primarily being used as a weapon in the speedrun to progress through the game. It's not something that saw endgame use. So they want you to have a certain level of power as you're going through the game. Making legendaries easily accessible would kind of throw that off. So I feel that's why they implemented the loot luck system in such a way that the more you go through the story, the higher level you get, the better your loot luck gets. So they don't want you getting legendaries very much early on, but later on, where it's kind of the centerpiece of the game, then you get more, if that makes sense. One of my larger issues with Deady farming right now is each boss has a Deady pool of 3 items. 2 of them are seemingly so rare nobody knows Deady drop. Luckily, most of those aren't worth having, but yes, it is a thing. Got so many legendaries my first playthrough. I got like 4. And the first one wasn't until like level 20. I did not get very many. And this was before the account-wide dice change. So I imagine if I went through the game now, I'd be getting a lot more legendaries. Are spectral talent spells decent? Have messed with them, just got a primordial? Yeah, they can be decent with good parts. Want more facial hair and helmet options for cosmetics? Really want to turn my Berserker into a Frozone from the Incredibles clone? Yeah. More cosmetics. There's lots of characters I want to remake in here. Taking my first legendary to level 20 or something, I was complaining about it, realized the ethos of the game. I don't really want legendaries in playthroughs either, because it makes you experiment less as well. Like, if you get one gun that can carry you through the entire playthrough, you're not going to equip a different one, except for shits and giggles, and, you know, when push comes to shove, you're just going to switch back to the other one. Example, Lazy got a liquid cooling at, like, what, level 12, and used it on Dragonlord. You just used that gun through the whole game, because it still was better than everything else. Or was it level 10? Yeah. This was a few weeks ago, but I was talking to Joltz, and he got a buff Meister at, like, level 9. And predictable results with that. So, like, yeah. Now, I totally get the perspective that people doing themed playthroughs, for example, they want to be able to go after dedicated drops. So, like, let's say you're doing some sort of snipers only run, and there's an enemy that drops a unique sniper you want to use in the playthrough, and you want that drop. Sure, I get it, but you can still get it. The option to get it has not been removed. Sawblade's a meme, and I love memes. Tatsu, can you test to see if Sawblade is melee? Excuse me, what? It's something that came into question, so I just want to get some more eyes on it. Got a buff Meister level 11, didn't use it because of how OP I know it is. Yeah, like that kind of thing can kind of shape your experience with the game. With a playthrough especially. Any sniper stab builds out there? You can do, once again, Stabo's ultimate, just do everything with this. You can do From the Shadows and then take advantage of the Envy ricochets. That sounds like a fun build you could do, Venerated. Sawblade, any guns that shoot them or a specific one? Sawblades is a spell, Irish. It is the name of a legendary spell.
You might be a full lich someday.
Think you can make it?
Kind of confused about dedicated drops. If it's 18% at 40k loot luck and there are 2 drops, wouldn't it be a 9% to get that 1 drop you're looking for? Now, I'll amend my earlier statement by saying I am reasonably positive, based on the way I read the data, that it is 18% individually per drop, which, because the system works entirely differently than before, whereas in previous Lands games it was a chance, it was a pool that had a chance, and then it was divided by the items in that pool, and there was nothing that scaled it up. So like Schluter, you know, luck, all that didn't affect dedicated, where in this system, your drop rates for everything are directly impacted by loot luck, so there's some logic that's being handled differently. Based on my understanding of the data, it is just individually per item. Completely individual. But I could be mistaken on that front. But let's go with the hypothetical of the worst case there. Let's say it is 2 drops and it's divided between the 18%. Remember, that is 18% at 40k loot luck. You can go above 40k loot luck currently. 40k is what you have with Shrine and Dice and being level 40 on Chaos 35. Nothing more. You can additionally use a Ward enchant for more loot luck. You can use loot luck passives on your amulet, which you can get up to, I want to say, 40% at double roll on Primordial. Correct if I'm wrong on that value. So you can amp your loot luck up to over 70k, I'm pretty sure. Trust in Magic or Nullify? I guess Trust in Magic. Ugh. So you can get your loot luck up to a value where your chances go even higher. And you can get that up to, let me check the graph, look at the data point. Keep in mind, with this graph, every data point was 5,000 kills. 5,000 kills. So the benefit of loot luck starts to taper off significantly at around 22,000. That's where it starts to level out. Based on this data, you should still be able to get the drop rates up to about 20%. Assuming it doesn't, you know, go completely level. So, max current loot luck, 20%. Let's say there's 2 drops and it divides them. That's still equal to how it was before. So, like, even if you go absolute worst case, it's still, at the very worst, not worse than Borderlands 3 dedicated farm. How the heck do I not have Sawblade in my bank? It's one of those spells I don't really keep around either. Skill Finger Wizard. If it's the way you're describing where it's 18% individually, that's cracked. Yeah, like, that's just genuinely player-friendly, and I hope it does work out that way, because we've seen instances where they have even higher rates, and it worked out. Once again, the Jackpot DLC in Borderlands 3. Most farms in that DLC... Ooh, nice chain there. Most farms in that DLC were actually 100% drop rate. Or probably about half, realistically, but... about half the farms were 100% drop rate. Ion Cannon was guaranteed drop from Fabricator, but the item had Anoint variants and Part variants, so you still had reasons to farm it. It also rolled multiple elements. You still wanted multiple if you were using like a build centered around it. If you were using it to one-shot bosses, guess what? You needed elements to match different boss health bars. You still went after it. The Scrap Trap Prime had 100% drop rate, and it was divided between its two items, the Boomer and the Lucky 7s. You always got either a Boomer or a Lucky 7 from that boss. Freddy always dropped an auto aim. Jackbot always dropped at least one class mod. Split between, you know, the 4 class mods. Although class mods are weighted towards your class, so it's still weighted in your favor. Like, that proved that very high drop rates can still promote farming and work. DLC 3 for that game, Bounty of Blood, which I might point out was directed by the same guy who directed this game, Matt Cox, King of Dubs himself. That DLC had more forgiving drop rates than most areas of Borderlands 3 as well. Oh, you're poison resistant. That's awkward for me. What do I do about you? Oh. Contagion kills you anyway. Right, different element dot. That's fine. Yeah, Tizzle, to answer the question, how does build feel with bossing? That happens. Probably why someone would like DLC 3. Yeah. DLC 3 had good aesthetics, friendly farming, lots of items. Interesting character designs. DLC 3 was interesting. It just procced it? So you confirmed it, Pico? That's sick. that's kinda nutty. Alright, Saw Blades deal melee damage. It's one of those things that makes sense, but you're also just like, why? So, what can we do with that? We can use Saw Blades in From the Shadows to apply Alchemical Agent. If Saw Blades is damage source melee, it benefits from Spell Blade, which scales up with spell damage, which also boosts the Saw Blades. Can Saw Blades double knot? I mean, because there's no way it has multiple damage sources. Like, if it's damage source melee, it can't double knot. But we also, until yesterday, were under the impression that dots couldn't get bonus elements, and there's one of those. So, like, I don't know. Are all bets off? They might be. Saw Blades on this build? Yeah, we'll start hitting the Spell Bunny. Lucky 7 equals balance and wonderful gun. Lucky 7 was cool because you had to build around it to get it to be the game breaker that it could be. Lucky 7 was absolutely the strongest gun in Borderlands 3 in every scenario except for a couple speedrunning things. But it required a build. And it required a time investment of you getting the roll and then sustaining it. So it had a threshold for entry. That is how you balance out a powerful thing. You give it requirements. And if Silent is still here, I'm sure he's enjoying the Stolen Virtue. There he is. Lucky 7 was, it eventually became uninteresting to me, but that's probably because I used it a lot. It's a good way of balancing out a powerful thing, by giving it a bunch of hoops you have to jump through. Hate your Lucky 7, and that's fine. Because it was an unconventional thing, and the game did not force you into it. It was still something that required investment. Build my company around Lucky 7 as a brand name. How obsessed I am with it. Nice. Bradluck. Bradluck gives you absolutely massive, like, debuffs. I don't remember what they are. CZ posted them a few weeks ago somewhere. But, like, I'd say if you're making a Bradluck work, don't. But if you must, pair it with all the meta slave stuff, you know, buff Meister, pixies, all that nonsense. Because it kind of murders your damage and also kills you. Murders your damage and you. I love that I can just kind of hang out in the middle here and just apply dots to everything. Set up my snake stick hydras to help me. And I don't have to move much with this build. Sawblade procs Nimble Fingers subsequently increase its own damage. Yeah, like, the possibilities, chat. The possibilities. Wait, Sawblades is also the Clawbringer spell then, because it gets Oath of Thunder if it's melee. You'd use Saw Blades to trigger Universal Soldier. Legit tattooing on my body? Big fan, huh? Dragon Lord. Oath of Thunder says melee strikes is limited to just swings. I'm pretty sure Oath of Thunder goes on other melee things. I could be misremembering though. It is a bit wonky. With things that say melee attack and things that don't. A Berserker, I made to play with a low level friend. Other than that, only have my Hammer Berserker. More Berserkers. More Berserkers, more betterer. So Thunder says melee damage, so it works. It says that, but like I don't want to assume, you know. Bye, Dragon Lord. Fuck. Going back to BL3 soon. We're running Lucky 7 Zanes, so you finish my Wonderlands build stuff. I feel you. One of these days I'll put some BL3 time in. For now I'm still enjoying this. It double knots? Okay, so wait. Are you sure? Because that's ready. Someone test to see if it blast gasps. Just to confirm. Because if it both blast chills and blast gasps, what the fuck?
Kneel before your Dragon Lord!
Honestly, much like BL3, I don't know if I can go back to dedicated farm being the only way to acquire gear. Yeah, I did not care for that aspect of the game at all either. It was honestly my most hated thing about it, other than the bugs. I do not think dedicated farming is at all interesting or a healthy gameplay style. It is reducing the game to a slot machine rather than experiencing, you know, all of the gameplay. So I think Chaos Chamber is a very overdue alternative. I have no gun damage. I have no gun damage. How do I do this? Do I just shoot the Lair Rider anyway? You get dots for that? You don't get dots, do you? Chat, I think we might have found a weakness here. I don't have gun damage. So I can't get into the yellow raid boss fight very easily. And also Bernadette is a raid boss on this setup. Might need to cave and actually use stickies for those things. See how this works out. Oh, reload speed, that's painfully slow. Script for 50k, I don't know skills. That doesn't tell me anything, but here's an idea, put on gun ring. I could scroll. That might be the play. I have multiple gun rings? I might just have one. Like a hidden crit modifier with the saw blade. I don't know. It might just have multiple damage sources, which is ready as fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna wait to pass judgment until it blast gasping is confirmed, because multiple people said it blast chills. Tatsu said it double knots, which logically speaking it shouldn't, but double knot might be weird. So blast gasp is the next test there. So, like, Dragon Lord himself is the easy part of this shit, because I just get one contagion chain, and yeah, there goes his health. But Bernadette, I can't dot Bernadette. Launched far out of the arena about Dragon Lords forever fallen. Lost the run to walk over it. Ooh, pain. Yeah, I've lost a few to falling off here. Leave me alone, Dragon Lord. Bernadette, the true raid boss. Do dots not work on all raid bosses? Oh, they do. They do. Bunid gets absolutely murdered by this build. Gloop is a little more difficult. I have decided that for Gloop I'm going to use like more traditional weapons. Like, next time I do Gloop, I want to try liquid cooling on this setup. I should do another run and do Gloop, actually, to test that. Thank you for reminding me, inadvertently. Bark takes dots. So yeah, dot setups work just fine on raid bosses. It's just the odd other thing, like the birds in the Son of a Witch fight. Bernadette in the Dragon Lord fight, the yellow orb to get into the bunny fight, those are all things that you can't dodge, so it gets very difficult. Bernadette's such a jerk for melee builds. Yeah, Orbane, it can be a little annoying. You know, Scroll suggested me putting on gun damage rings, and I'm now remembering that that's what I do on my melee builds on bosses where I have to put up with shooting an enemy like this. I just switch into a gun build real quick. So maybe that's what this build has to do on Bernadette as well. But it's just for, instead of enemies I can't reach being the issue for melee builds, it's enemies I can't dodge. So why am I not dying? Shouldn't that have killed me? What is happening here? Like, that took me to 1 HP. I should have died. Bernadette, I need you to hit me. Actually, do I want to risk that? Okay, why can't I die? So this is a bug with the Demi-Lich. So sometimes this, I guess it's another skill on Graveborn I have to avoid. They said they fixed this, but there was a bug where Dread Covenant would, the cooldown wouldn't fire, and the part where the Lich dies wouldn't fire. So it's still attempting to catch, like, my health and save me, but it's also not doing the part where it dies. So they said they fixed this in the patch, but I guess they didn't. Well, that's annoying. I guess I need to not take Dread Covenant in this build. So, the number of things I avoid on Graveborn because buggy. I avoid Harvest because it's buggy. I avoid Dread Covenant because it's buggy. Anything else? Anything else we're adding to the list here? I'm very annoyed. I don't like benefiting from bugs. Kind of ruins the point of showcasing builds. If I literally can't die. That's a good ancient deity with a good chant. I guess we saved good. Everything else has been working fine for me except the very rare instance of dire sacrifice through the BS3 action skill disappear and act. Yeah, I had that happen. I did have that happen. Control. A couple times yesterday. Not down yourself. Nope. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. It worked. Maybe going through the portal fixed it. Maybe going through the portal fixed it. Seems to be proccing Blast Gasp on crabs, but not targets. Could be self-damage fixing it? Could be. So I'll keep this on me, and if this happens again, I'll blow myself up, see if that fixes it. You did reach 1 health there. Right, I was at 1. And you think it was the dot that got me? Might have been the dot. Kind of seen it with Reaper Bones, though, at least not that I recall. Yeah, I haven't either. Mage Staff also procs Blastcast, though. I don't think that's news. Yeah, no, that's a known thing. It also double knots Tatsu. It's just a spell. It literally just makes Quaking Sunders. Bunch of Threads of Fate. Arcane Bolt with the spell charge. That's cool. Get that nudity out of this chat. I see what you did there. Ah, there we go. Saw Blades with double status chance part. Ooh. 11-second cooldown. Now we go re-roll it. I have to say it Blast Gas, but I'd like another set of eyes on it. Okay, so This means that Saw Blades is both damage source spell and damage source melee? Which is cursed? That's extremely cursed. Like, I'm freaked the fuck out. That's fucking wild. We're going to the dummy to look for blast gas ourselves. Is this the one I have on my gun, or not? Damage duration, fuck. Take a gun damage enchant. Maybe that'll help us out. Melee damage. Ooh, melee damage. Saw Blades poison only? Yes. Not just Saw Blades proc health mods. People keep looking for stuff to proc health mods, but like, no. Not the non-unique ones anyway. Echo and all that. Alright, let's try it on the target dummy. Streams like therapy. I'm glad it's helping you out, Mr. Adblock, truly. Happy to have you here. Paradigm doesn't seem to do a lot to it. With a clean spec or no? For hilt mods, hilt. See how it says caustic? That's a hilt mod.
Meeting.
Can't tell if that was Pandemasium or Blast Gasp, so hang on.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
That happened. Cooldown on this is pretty good though. So that explosion is just what it naturally does. Oh, yeah, that was Blast Gasp. That was Blast Gasp. Okay. Where's my fucking... Where do I put it? You? Yeah, it's you. Hi, Kevin. Saw Blades Ricochet interesting? Yeah, they do shrapnel. Definitely gonna try this out in actual gameplay now. Cat, yeah. Just in case I haven't said it before, love you in your streams, thanks for all the help. Hey, that means a lot to me, please. I'm happy to have you here. Thank you for being part of the community. Build that doesn't abuse spell shot and pixie spam? Dislike. Understood, Mask. Have a wonderful day. How you doing today? It's a happy cat? He's a happy boy today. He's a good boy, too. It's a good cat? Yeah, come on. Kevin's a good boy. Upgrade backpack SDU yet? Just bought one, Tizzle. Just bought one. We're a little short of the next one.
From beyond the veil, to my side!
Hey Starkey, how you doing?
I'll swing it.
Got a whole new Trap Scallion build idea. Wow, Trap Scallion. I bet that multi-class combo is never used. Toxic. I need to get status effect chance and damage. I need to get that enchant back on that Saw Blade. So I'm going to be rerolling for a bit. But this thing's pretty good. When I have my kill skills up, the cooldown's quite short. I don't really need to shoot. I don't really need to shoot. Yeah, like Wait. There's a gun enchant. There's a gun enchant. Action skills start, gain 50% spell cooldown, and +1 spell projectiles for 5 seconds. Double projectile Saw Blades. I'm pretty sure Saw Blades can roll a projectile part as well. So we get 3 projectile Saw Blades? That sounds kinda nuts. Love that 30% fire rate after spell, hard to roll. Yeah, character specific enchants. It's about Saw Blades supposedly getting melee. Being melee? Yeah. You have any insight on that, CZ? Because, like, even if that part ends up not being true, it's applying good dots and ricocheting and... So, like, I'll probably still end up using it, but can you offer any confirmation? Because multiple people were saying they saw it blast chill. And I saw it blast gasp, so, like, how does that work? Had Cape of Tides on earlier and tested it, mistook it. Ah, was it Cape of Tides? Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Person posting and curse testing and Cape of Tides on. Ah, it was Cape of Tides. Okay. That makes more sense. Okay. It's still good. This is why I ask so many questions. But that's okay. Happy accident, we still ended up finding that Saw Blade's pretty good here. I still want to get the right enchant on this Saw Blades. So, no harm, no foul, and sometimes tests are, require multiple people. Still think it's the play here. Doesn't take away from active double knots. Yeah, it does. That's anything with damage or spell shit. Oh yeah, I wanted to do Gloop. Did I get the weapon I wanted for Gloop? Yeah, I wanted to liquid cooling Gloop. Okay. Let's see how it does here. Oh, I need to do this bit. Sorry for false hope. No, nothing to be sorry about, Pico. I've tested things that have turned out to not work the way that I initially thought as well. This is part of why we have the curse testing channel and like it's public and stuff, so that people can explore interactions together. We can get more eyes on it, gets more accurate information, helps the community out. So like, thank you for participating in the process. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being mistaken. As long as you, like, acknowledge that you were mistaken and then help spread the accurate info after. Like, that's it. Happens a lot of me with everybody testing stuff. Yeah. Need to optimizing lazy stat shot ice spike build. Seems fun to just shoot ice and one-shot bosses. Well, you don't even need to optimize the one-shot bosses. That's why it's like... I personally wouldn't consider... I wouldn't consider that a good investment on my time if it were me, but if you have an interest in it, yeah, go ahead. It's like... Yeah. It'll do the thing. Hey, loading screen boss, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. That's super generous of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It goes a long way. Thank you. If you got gifted a sub by loading screen boss, and you're around and don't mind breaking your lurk, I'd really appreciate it if you could thank them as well. So I'm noticing not having my my spell enchant. I definitely do feel a difference. But inside of From the Shadows, it's like fine. Everyone enjoy the day. Take it easy, Chimpy. You have a good one. Hope the day treats you well. Least I could do, got a gift sub earlier, just wanted to pay it forward. That's super generous of you, thank you. You think this build will perform on elite rounds fully optimized? Yeah, we can do an elite run. Remind me after this run, Mask, that the next one I'm gonna do all elites, okay? Because I forget constantly. I get a lot of questions like, why no elites? And honestly, most of the time is I forget that that's a thing. But in theory, it should work out pretty much the same, because the way Contagion works is it's just, it loops to a point where it kills anything. Dotted myself. Armor doesn't have the best stats or anything. Should I use a different armor until I get a version of the armor that gives me +3? So that's hard to describe. +3 Contagion improves your consistency with all sources of applying dots. But Pandemasium gives you another outlet for applying dots. So I'd say if you had to pick one, use the best armor you have with the most points in Contagion that you have. That would take priority. Like mine doesn't have +1 point Contagion. Try out each. If you have one without points in Contagion and you have a non-Pandemasium with points in Contagion, try each, see how each one feels. You don't need to do the focus on Poison if you're not running Pandemasium, which does give you a couple other options. Like if you happen to have a Corrupted Plate Mail with like points in Contagion, then that could be an acceptable alternative. But I think Pandemasium's the end goal. Trying to brainstorm really Chad build. Hold off on anything's gear dependent. You want me to test? Let me think about that. Concept I was kind of messing around with, Silent, is making sigils crit, like any kind of sigil, making it crit as much as possible to spam Dabo Capstone. I didn't really have a fully formed build idea. If you use empowering sigils, the cryo ones that freeze enemies, then they'll be frozen and you get the melee bonus versus frozen enemies as well, but that was just a concept. I haven't really done anything with it yet. Swan crashing the game like 50 times, testing Contagion. Yeah. He was, booting game, crash. Alright, change value. Boot game, crash. Stab a bird for extra frost. I was thinking Spell Shot for, Ambi-Hex for 2 sigils. Or a sigil plus Tiebreaker. Probably 2 sigils, though. Also, spell damage improves the, efficiency of sigil freezing. Sigil idea, hear me out. You thought about using Spell Shot? Yeah. Spell Shot be like... What's Spore Grave good at? Spore Grave. That's a multi-class combo I haven't messed much with. Because for a while there was a bug where you'd get extra mushroom companions, which gave you faithful thralls, so it was hard to play that class without benefiting from a damage bug. So I haven't played it much. But now I think that bug is fixed. I'm more open to messing with it. So I don't actually really have a huge idea of what Spore Grave I would do. Maybe pet stuff. But it's something I'll have to have a bonk about. Okay, let me switch off of this for now. I want to use this eruption. Go polymorph taser for crazy signal hurts the eyes off. Quite, what's this build called? I don't know, you tell me, Felicia. What is this build called? Well, you tell me. You tell me. You're the wholesome one here. Totally not a bad influence at all. Mushroom Heaven is still a thing. Yeah, but I have not personally had it happen to me a single time in any of the test runs I did with that multi-class combo scroll. I did like 6 Chaos Chamber runs back to back, and I would occasionally have one stack unaccounted for, but I would not have the visuals of the mushroom, and I couldn't get it to stack up. So, like, it seems less consistent, if anything. That's just my experience. Ambi-Hex Blazing Calamity. Sounds uninteresting. Like, why do Ambi-Hex Blazing Calamity when you could do Polymorph Blazing Calamity? Is gonna taser, would that not be a decent set for get application? Yeah, Queen's Cry taser. I accidentally dropped my Queen's Cry earlier. Like, I dropped it and then went to the next room and then remembered why I had it on me. So, yeah, I probably shouldn't have thrown that away. But, yeah. God, I don't feel so good. Because it crashes the game. You know, it's a pretty good reason, Tatsu. I retract my statement. They might have fixed parts of the bug, but I got, I think, 18 thralls earlier. Okay, still buggy then. Unfortunate. When I last used Grave Stab, I was doing a companion-dependent build, dropping off up to the status build to try. Oh, well, I'm glad it's piquing your interest, John. Let's give a reason specful wisdom. It does. Also, nice Nightbot. It does. You want, for optimal contagion looping, you want as much status effect damage as possible. Any amount over 100% is the goal. So I use wisdom for 60%. Potent Poisons for 20, Amulet for 69, Enchant for 20, Other Enchant for 20, Caustic for 30. So I'm hanging out over 200% status effect damage. It was a pretty okay melt. This was okay. There we go. That's the spicy shit. Oh, he almost died. He burrowed just fast enough. You see that dot tick that wiped out 95%? Big dot. What just happened? Contagion. I don't feel so good. God can't save you, Quag. Only RNG can do that. Praise RNG this. I'm heard. Let's call this a Plague Rat build. The Blight build. Got a Cape of Tides plus 2 Contagion, and on that says Water Nova. Does Nova actually do damage? No. Just applies the status. And Cape of Tides would be awkward with the Contagion setup because 2 of your elements get better, 1 of them gets worse. So I wouldn't really do it, personally. Is it big and juicy today? It do, Braun. It do. It do. fortifying frost sigils. Empowering freeze is better. You could do one fortifying, one empowering. Reaper Bones? Ghostblade? Ghostblade. Tempted to find reasons to use Ghostblade. Wrong gun. No. I don't have gun damage. So a great bow or a sawmill would do better here than liquid cooling. Well, that's why I wanted to go into this fight. I wanted to test that out and confirm that. Okay, that's good to know, though. This is basically a dot build. It is fully a dot build. It is a dot build with a side dish of companions. Snake Stick is shock, and I'm playing with Berserker, so I'm gonna try it. Let's try it with a live wire. Cool, let me know. Bow and apple teeth. Are snipers still the main guns? On this build? Never were. This build, guns are honestly a bit of a side attraction. The main gun here is a White Rider, is the tool of choice. And Gloop is a little resistant to what we're doing. You see the dots moving it, though. The dots are doing the thing. It's just, I should probably... see, there's a much better chain. See, I start talking shit, and it starts working better. So we're just having rough RNG on Gloop. I think this is one of the situations where Grave Capstone works out better than taking Alchemical and Stabo, because we get Dark Hydras, which will attack Gloop. Snake Stick Hydras, we need to melee something to spawn them, and they can't attack if, you know, they're not here. Yeah, this is definitely a great capstone fight. Bunny is memed by this build. Seems inconsistent on Gloop. Yeah, a little bit. Maybe this is the kind of fight where a switch to a status effect chance passive would be worthwhile over status damage. This option to pick buff buddies would be the option. I don't know what you're asking. I don't know what things you're comparing right now. Off for lunch, catch y'all soon. Sounds good, Bazooka dude. Eat some food for me, I'm hungry. Yeah, I think there's a couple fights where we're just gonna have to accept the harsh reality that a body rocker would be nice, because once we get our dots ticking, it's doing good work, honestly. Like, that was a big chunk we just took. But we're gonna want something that does meaningful damage on the side as well. For when the dots aren't ticking, and the White Rider's not doing a lot on its own. It's just a vehicle for dots right now. So a Cryo Body Rocker would be... Yeah, you're fast. Cryo Body Rocker would be the play for a Gloop fight. The more straight up DPS gun work better? Yeah, it'll work. Because Body Rocker will do the sticky things, and that's also a lot of instances of damage. 36 per trigger pull. That's a good crossblade. Dark Magic and Poison crossblade. Volatile. Hello? Hi. How are you? It's an 8 mag as well. We eating tonight. The fact that these things get scopes, though? What the fuck are you gonna do with a crossblade with a scope? And mechanically speaking, that scope goes right over the crystal thing. Would you even be able to see out of that? Sniper blade? Ah, yes. Sniping about 20 feet. Yes. I'd still miss. I would still miss. If only had more range? Yeah. Need a longer scope is what you're saying. Yes. It's for accuracy and precision. I suppose you're not incorrect. You're sure my Claw Grade build is unkillable. It's not great damage output, but I don't think I can die. Hey, that's worth something, please. You can see the crystal fumes at 5x zoom. Wait, can you really, Tizzle? Where are my legendaries? Hello? No? Oh, I'm disappointed now. Realize those concepts are foreign to you. Listen, I aimed once. It was painful, but I did. Status damage, status chance. This is like the same spell music, just doesn't have a cooldown part. I think mine's volatile too. Yeah. But yeah, same kind of thing. That's cool. This one's lower dot. Again, because it's cast here. Same charges, better cooldown, a lot lower damage, higher crit chance. The knockback would make things awkward. I prefer the singularity. Hey, San Roma. How you doing? How you feel about the loot luck system? I think it's good. It means that early in a playthrough, you're not going to be as flooded with legendaries as Borderlands 3, which was a common point of criticism. And later on, if you want to improve your drop rates, you can improve your loot luck to improve your drop rates. I think it's a good system. Forgot to mention, some very limited testing showed that Magic Barrel Torque Sticky 70% impact damage on Sticky, Normal 60 did 7% of the impact on Sticky. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what I can do with that information, but it's definitely something to think about. That's a ×2 cube. Primordial triple duration buff Meister. Ruin, you've replaced your personality with Spell Shot. How long before you just dive into buff Meister? Be honest. I have limits. Do you? Elites? Thank you. Thank you, Mask. We'll do an Elites run. Let me roll this enchantment. didn't work out well at all. I can drop that. How they nerf Buff Meister? They didn't.
Now the fun begins.
They did not. At all. Crossblade doing pretty good here. Get more cryo done to me than I can dish out. Am I doing Hammer Berserker wrong? Depending on your damage delivery method, Irish, yeah, sometimes you just get frozen all the fucking time. Sawblades come times 4. Triple projectile parts? Is that a legit thing or no? I thought it'd only be able to double. I mean, maybe it can triple. Shit. Never seen a times 4? Okay, then why are you saying it comes times 4? An exploit on merging spell damage of higher actress. Yes, they fixed a bug. They did not nerf the Buff Meister. Someone chat they wanted it as time 4. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what Stump said. A times 2 cube, I want to ambihextrous, quadruple cubes or saw blades and have all the bouncy or shake ass. Oh yeah, I see it. Hey, that modifier stealing my kills. Whee! Rended Rupture stole my kill. I meleeed that guy. Rended Rupture isn't player damage, so the enemy died, but not to me, to the modifier. That's why I died. I need to pay attention there. Every time I just vacuum the barrel into my face. Shit, I forgot again. You know what? You know what? We'll save quit. We'll save quit. Elites. Thank you. This is why I have you guys remind me of so many things. I constantly forget. I have zero short-term memory at all. Right, Mr. Worldwide?
Ah, this helmet! It's so sweaty. Well, might not be sweat.
Whatever it is, bottle some up so I can study and/or taste test it.
Think you can make it?
Never actually looked at Crossblade status chance damage, all I felt high. Yeah, Crossblade's sick for that. Don't trust press the spell at the same time anymore. Your usage of the item has not changed at all, Sane Roma. It's just the exploit where people were using one item to trick the card damage of the other. The item hasn't changed. Buffmeister has not changed. So you're good. You're good. You're all good. Poison resistant enemies make me sad. Primary damage delivery is Dreadwind, doing lots of crowd melee, or at least trying to. What I'm asking is if I cast both Buffmeisters at the same time, they won't stack anymore. They didn't change anything about that. They didn't change that. Forgot again. Okay, elite the fucking room, Quag. Elite the room. Hit the elite thing. Once I remember to do the first one, I'll be fine and I'll do the others, but... Elite the room. Yeah, elite. I got it. I got it this time. I got it. Imagine if I still forgot. Elite! You were good. We're good. It's not bad.
Looks like magic, Dragon.
Delete the room to delete the room, defeat the room. Wait. I don't know about one of those. Almost thinking Niner goes actually from the armor, not saw blades. The frost room skill isn't actually doing that much damage. The Nova from Cape of Tides is just for debuffing things, Portal Knight. It's not actually for doing damage. It's just for applying a status. I know, I forgot this one. I'll get the next one. The next one's the obelisk one. It's the one that matters. Copium. Cape of Tides, the poison armor. Oh yeah, that, it's not for doing damage. It's for applying status effects. The amount of damage that the Pandemicium's explosion does is almost nothing. It is completely negligible. It is for applying dots. That's why we're using it here. See those explosions? Those are applying dots. That explosion from that guy just dotted that crab, and that crab died from the dot. That's all it's for. 10 feet takes to the room. I don't know about that one. I leaded.
You heroes make my blood boil!
That was an elite one. See, not really a difference in clear speed at all. Contagion gonna contagion. How worth is it to actually lead a room? As long as you have a couple curses, it's very worthwhile. If you're trying to maximize your crystal intake per run, then taking more curses and eluding rooms will give you more crystals. Now, whether or not that's actually more efficient depends on how well your build clears and what kind of things you run into in that run. But yeah, it can be worthwhile. Gotta go, nobody, take care. Have a good one, please. Usually just lead everything. When I remember to, on my more powerful builds, yeah, I tend to do that, if I'm actually after crystals. But a lot of the time when I'm on stream, I'm just playing for fun, so I don't really pay attention. Ooh, that was a good chain. That was a Pandemicium from one enemy, spreading dots to 3, and then Contagion just... Stop deleting rooms because it's a struggle. I'm blasting no elite though, so maybe I should try. It's really up to you. It depends on the build, depends on the enemies. Like, there's some rooms where, let's say you get an elite room full of zombies, it's like, whatever, that's fine. You get an elite room full of crabs, that can end your run if you're not prepared. Getting more crystal than Heisenberg. I am the one who elites. Dotted myself.
Healing to be had. Now I have the measure of you.
Rude. Evil Eye Crabs can go fuck itself. Yeah, Evil Eye Crabs are the most dickish enemy in the game. Oh, you think Diamond Guard Hilt is better than Caustic because it can stack high values when using Snake Stick for a reason might be worth considering? 1-to-1 Diamond Guard will be more beneficial than Caustic, but Snake Stick plus Caustic is greater value. Is Capstone Stabbo? No. No reason to. Currently, Alchemical Agent and Blast Gas. Now, originally I was running Graveborn Capstone. There's some situations where that does feel better, because Hydra consistency. But, for the most part, get here. Whether or not you go to tier 5 is preferential. You die yourself the build, think we're doing that quite often. If you happen to tag yourself in water, get yourself with a barrel. That'll all do it. That was a big dot.
Ready to blink some spells.
Got to delete. God damn it, I did. Shit. Well, you get the point. You know, timer reset for Save Your Soul? That I do not know. That I do not know. Hear me out. You try the crossblade. Yeah, no shot that's working. You know what would help a lot here? Having mag size for more stickies. Do I have max size amulet? I do! Who's the poison damage? Hey, that was the trick. Alright. Yeah, we just need to switch to our mag size for that. Cool. We can actually go into the raid boss, which is harder than the actual raid boss, because we can dot the raid boss. Build should perform pretty good with the body rocker, though. Yeah, I just need the mag size for it, honestly. Hey, Don, how you doing? This is rude. How dare you dot me? Or shoot me. I'm trying to dot you. Brain. Brain no fork.
I'm all out of spell stuff.
How do you guys figure out your spacing and movements, Wonderlands? A big part of boss design in this game is learning attack patterns. Most bosses have some sort of crouchable or jumpable mechanic, and the rest of them have some sort of outrangeable thing. So it's just learning what attacks they have at their disposal. I can't speak. Fuck. That's how you know I've been live for fucking 5 hours. My brain is working, but my mouth will not form the correct words. I just shoot, to be honest. Ultimately, it is a lands game. You can get away with just shooting if you have enough damage. I want to try the time skip more. It's one of those snappy spells, so it makes me happy, but I haven't found anything particularly good with it. Like snake sticks? yeah, I thought about that joke earlier. Kinda surprised no one else made it. Spacing for Waster to use Sigil, that works. You can also LOS, and, you know, if you're using a companion build or a crossblade, LOSing is just like a lot of guns that are. Shut up, Fusion Rogue. Don't you roast me. I misspoke. Twice. Threaten me with a good time. Yeah, that was okay. Not our optimal melt, though. I'm stuck in this awkward. I downed myself. I totally just shot myself. Ah. Genuine skill issue on my part. Ugh. But it was a pretty good first dot. So I do not speak. If I speak, I will get in trouble, so I prefer not to speak. Not wrong about a lot of these guns being disposable. That's true. That's true. Just plant a bunch of stickies in his face. Yeah, that works. Now, something I totally could do on this setup is I could just, you know, use stickies to apply my dots and get the sticky damage happening at the same time. But I did want to make something that wasn't using stickies much. It's like, we all know what stickies do at this point. But variety, 'tis the spice, you know? I like shiny stuff. There we go. It's bad. Stickies are uncomfortable, need a wash right after. Do you wash before or after applying stickies? Primordial. 1900. Nice. That was about killing the raid boss first go. Yeah. Didn't have great RNG on Bunny today. I had really good RNG on Bunny last night. I tweeted one of those clips. But ultimately, the bossing in this is very RNG based at times. Still trying to figure out if I like the alchemical agent setup better or less, because it definitely makes my stake sticks more impactful, but not having Graveborn Capstone limits the amount of Hydras I get. The Dark Hydras. So I don't know. But the setup is enjoyable. I'm definitely going to keep refining this. What do we got here? This is what I'm using but not self-cast? Yeah. This is what I'm using but not self-cast. The dot is higher, the damage is higher, the cooldown is longer. It's worth picking up. Does chat not go in this direction? That's a fair point. I don't need that much. I don't need that either. Instead, it's fun with times 18 stickies, hardcore image. So Quaking Eruptions, I traded the Singularity for an extra impact. An extra impact is more instances of damage, especially as that second one can also Blast Gas, get Stand of the Soul, etc, etc, etc. That might be worth looking into. But that dot is a lot lower, the chance is lower, the cooldown is better, damage, I don't know, I'm not sold on that. Maybe a better parts Quaking Eruption. There's a cube! I'll only take a cube if it has cooldown and charge parts. Is that a Quaking Sunder I saw in here? Or am I just... Ah, oh, there it is. Good showing off the build, kinda wanna mess around with it too. Yeah, I'm gonna keep messing around with it. Keep tweaking, keep optimizing. There's lots of changes you can make to this to make it more consistent. But this is the kind of build where you have... Your theoretical damage ceiling is like as high as things have health. It's all about improving consistency. That's what every decision, gearing-wise, on this build is leading into. Consistency. I use the White Rider because it's consistent. Dot chance and damage and duration enchantments because they're the most consistent. There's things I could do for more outright damage potential, but it would improve, or it would decrease my consistency. So, I'm still figuring out what's worth it and what isn't, but I had a lot of fun putting this build together, and I hope you guys enjoyed it today. The armor for this build need to boost specific skills. It helps if you have one that boosts contagion as much as possible, Top Nation. So the most important parts are have contagion here and have Pandemisium down here. Everything else about it is just kind of optional. Now, I happen to get melee, which helps my snake stick, area, which helps the Pandemisium itself, and my spell. Max health doesn't do anything for me at all. And these two skills don't do anything.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Don, taking care of Mask. Thank you so much, 79 times. Remember the body rocket for Gloop? That fight kinda needs it? Yeah, true, Tizzle, true. Yeah, the most important thing, though, is, just... This doesn't even need to be volatile or anything, because Chaos Tears will improve the damage of the Pandemisium effect, but we're just using it to apply dots, so the amount of damage this thing does is mostly irrelevant. Think Claw Stab would be good for a Hammer Chuck build? Been saying that since day one. Yeah. Yes, I do. I think Berserker is better at it than Stabo, but yeah. Contagion Sealing is like Minesweeper Sealing. Right. Theoretically, nothing can survive if you get it happening. It's just, at what point does it stop triggering? And what do you do when it's not triggering? How viable is the build outside of that? Etc. But yeah, so I think this is a good stopping point. Blast as always, Quag. I really hope you have a great rest of your day. Good luck in all the things. Thanks, Worlds. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you. So, I'll next be live tomorrow. Business as usual. Maybe refine this build more, maybe come up with a new one. I'm always tossing around build ideas. I pretty much always have a skill tree planner open on one of my monitors throughout the day. So hopefully I'll have something interesting or more refinements on this build tomorrow. Figure out that bossing situation with the bosses that I can't dot. So let's find somewhere to raid. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. And the continued support does mean the world to me. Okay, 6 is still going. Lazy's on, Stacy's on, Pascaroni's on. Let's raid Lazy. Let's raid Lazy. I'll be there anyway. So copy this. This will be a raid message. Quag fine dots. Quag fine, because dots are they're Quag fine. They're fine. Everything is fine. Just fine. You know, like they could be fine or they could be fine, but they're just fine. It's like a little John song. Dots. All right. Yeah, I'll see you guys over there. Thank you once again. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I appreciate everything. Bye bye.
Shot is the best class for every